evening, everybody. It is, oops, my microphone is not here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to move my microphone over so you can hear me. There you go. Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Savannah Guthrie announced a short while ago on her Instagram, her and her siblings announced that they will pay the ransom for the release of their missing mother, Nancy. So now we will see what happens next. I'm going to play you the video in a second, but again, the Guthrie family says they will pay the ransom for their missing mother. So, is this really going to happen? Is it going to happen soon? And how are things going to play out here? We're going to have to see, but that has happened. So, well, the announcement has happened. So we're going to bring you live coverage here and be taking your comments and questions on the air. Just hang on a moment. Let me just take a second and get things organized here so I can see the chat and everything. I'm still a bit under the weather. I actually went to the doctor today. I got some medicine, so hopefully things are improving. I got some cough drops here if I need them. So I appreciate your concern, but everything is fine on my end. All right. So, and before I show you the video, I just want to take 2 seconds here. Hold on. I just want to take 2 seconds here and make sure there's nothing else I'm missing from the last couple minutes. I'm just peeking here. All right. So I'm going to play you the video right now that came out a short while ago. Let me get it on the screen here. This is from Savannah Guthrie's Instagram. As we have been talking about in previous coverage, unimaginable for the family to be going through this. Their mother missing. And again, the family saying tonight they will pay the ransom. Which, now according to TMZ had reported, because they had gotten the original ransom note, TMZ said the ransom was multi-million dollars in Bitcoin. I don't have exact number for you, but maybe you're hearing something. Let me play the video, then we can get caught up on everything. Here is the video. This is from Savannah Guthrie on Instagram. And I need to just refresh it here. I'm going to refresh it. See if this works, if I refresh it. Actually, give me 1 more second. I got to play it this way. This will be a better way to do it. So I have to just get it on the screen for you. All right, hang on. I am playing for you right now. You'll see it right now. Hang on a moment. Oh, well, I have to refresh because the volume's not on. Let me turn the volume on. Hang on 1 moment. Here it is.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us. And we will pay. We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Hang on. All right. I'm just pausing the video. So, she said, we received your message. Now, I don't know if that's a new message today or the second message from yesterday. Remember yesterday there was a second note that was sent to KOLD? So I'm assuming she's talking about the message, the second message, the one that was sent yesterday, but I don't know. She says we will pay. Now, she did not say the word ransom. I'm assuming she means ransom, okay? Blame me if it turns out that's not what she meant. I'm assuming that when she says we will pay and they want their mother back, that means they're paying the ransom. Okay? So, but just to be clear, she didn't say the word ransom. This is the only way we will have peace. So a number of our viewers are talking about the wording of what she said. I understand the wording. We understand, she said. We understand. So what do they understand? Again, there's a bunch of stuff that's unclear here that maybe if we had seen the two notes, it would make sense. Now, another of our viewers thinks it's a trap. And I was going to mention this, and I'm glad our viewer mentioned this. On the face of it, they say they're going to pay the ransom. Is there some sort of plan by law enforcement here as part of all of this? I can't tell you. I don't know. It's one of our viewers said very strange phrasing. So again, I don't have secret information here. We also don't know how much this is. All I heard from TMZ a couple days ago is that it was multiple millions in Bitcoin. One of our viewers, the one and only, says, let's hope it's a trap. Isn't Bitcoin still very traceable? So that's a good question. Now, let me say this. There has been some reporting that says that this person or people who are sending these notes, there's some reporting suggesting that they've done it in a way that's not traceable. Oh, I don't know. And that they seem to be pretty tech savvy with these things. It's a great question. Is it in theory traceable, the Bitcoin, no matter what the person does with it? Or if the person has a certain amount of technical knowledge with things like Bitcoin, could they take the Bitcoin once it's transferred and somehow do something with it that's not traceable? That's out of my wheelhouse. We have been talking about that. I brought that up a couple times earlier. There are cases in the past where the U.S. government, for example, has recovered cryptocurrency, has seized cryptocurrency. So would this person, if they're tech savvy, not know about that possibility? I don't know. I mean, you would think that if the person was quite tech savvy, they would understand about that possibility, but I don't know. So it's a very good question. And again, it's just I'm not an expert on that, so I'll try to find you some expert commentary on it. But a fair question. All right, I'm not playing this just to play it. It's obviously the big news right now, and the wording is important. So let me just hit play, and you guys can, again, watch this. I'll play it twice again, just so you can see what the wording is that the family says. Just have to hit refresh here.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message.
Sorry, let me just keep playing it one more time.
And we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
You know, they also, some of our viewers are mentioning so we can celebrate with her. Is there something they're celebrating aside from her just being freed? You know, to repeat, we don't know what was said in the previous messages that they have received. There have been 2 notes sent to the media. Presumably, those are both legit. There may have been other communication with the family that we don't know about. So we don't know what exactly they're responding to. Some of our viewers think it sounds like Nancy's no longer alive. Do you think that some of our viewers seem to think that they're saying they'll pay to have Nancy return to them even though Nancy is no longer alive? What would they say, celebrate with her if Nancy were no longer... Seems like the word celebrate would be a strange word to use if Nancy were no longer alive. Yeah, why are they saying, some of our viewers are saying, why are they saying this is very valuable to us? It's certainly a good question why you would use the wording, this is very valuable to us. I don't know if they're trying to convince the captor or captors that they will indeed pay, but at a certain point, I would think the captors are not going to return her until they see the transfer of the funds, right? So, and then one of our viewers, Joel, says de-escalation speak. It's a fair point that maybe the wording part of it is designed to avoid the captors doing anything to the mother. I mean, you can say you're going to pay the ransom, but that doesn't mean that they won't do anything to her. Yeah, now what's happening with the fingers? People are saying, does she have 6 fingers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there some weird thing before we jump to conclusions here? Hold on.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now
hold on,
to return our mother to us.
Hold on. Yes, as one of our viewers points out, Annie's hand is right here. Annie's hand is here, the sister. So I think I understand what you're seeing. I think what you're seeing is one of the fingers of Annie, but it looks like it's Savannah's finger. I certainly understand. Look, I think that's a legitimate thing to ask about, right? You'd want to ask, hey, is this an AI video? Is it real? But I think what you're seeing, as our viewers point out, is Annie's, the sister's, one of her fingers. It's just the way the hands are. It looks like it could be, some kind of AI thing with 6 fingers. But it doesn't seem to be the case. By the way, this was posted on Savannah Guthrie's Instagram. This is not something that's floating around the internet. It is literally, I'm showing it to you from Savannah Guthrie's Instagram. Give me a second here. What I want to do is just check a couple things. First of all, let me thank our moderators who are here. We have Janet B. as moderating. Thank you, Janet. I'm going to take some more of your comments here. And we have, just give me a moment. Look, maybe this could end up with Nancy being returned safely. I mean, obviously, this whole kidnapping and ransom thing is horrible, but I mean, it seems possible from what we're hearing that she's still alive and could be returned. We'll have to see. Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, Jay Joannid, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev, and Tariag are moderating over on Twitch. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. One of our viewers said, why is she communicating this way? From what's been reported, and I believe that the police said this, the notes have not had any method of communication in them. There's no way for the Guthrie family to directly communicate with the captor or captors. The captor or captors has reportedly, and I believe it may have been said in the press conference, not given any kind of means of communication. So they have to do it this way. Or, I mean, they have to do it publicly somehow because they don't have a way of reaching the people. Now, I want to just point this out as well. This might sound crazy, but we've never had the authorities say conclusively that this is a legitimate demand by somebody who has proven to hold Nancy. So, authorities a couple days ago said there's no proof of life yet. I don't know if the Guthrie family and the police have received some kind of proof that the sender has Nancy and the sender is alive. I will say this. Harvey Levin with TMZ did a couple of interviews in which he said, because TMZ got the first note, the ransom note, and Harvey Levin said that the ransom note said where her Apple Watch was in her house. And it also mentioned a broken floodlight. But he said that the ransom letter mentioned the location of Nancy's Apple Watch in her house. So if that location were correct, right, that would certainly give the family and the police a reason to think that the person is the person who took Nancy or is connected to them. But just to be clear, we have never had the police or the family come out and say, yes, this is definitely her. It's definitely her. Although I will say that it's definite that the person writing the notes has Nancy and she's alive. At a certain point, if you take the family's video at face value tonight, they do believe that the person writing the notes has Nancy and she's alive because they're talking that way. But I just want to be clear of what we know and what we don't know. Thanks, Kay Lowry Body, moderating on Facebook. And thanks to Margaret Riley as well. Thanks to LT and Christy Claft and Louisa Knight for subscribing over there. Give me a moment here. I just want to be careful and just check for updates. We're going to bring you more on this. Oh, something else I want to mention. Harvey Levin from TMZ, remember, he has seen the ransom note. He said in an interview that the ransom note said something like, if you pay the ransom, Nancy will be returned in a certain number of hours. It was something like that. Because I watched the interview where Harvey Levin explained this. He said, if you just do the math, he said, well, you have to assume they're not going to return Nancy on a plane because there's no way you can get her on a plane anonymously, and who's going to bring her on the plane, would just wreck the whole scheme. And they're not going to drive at 100 miles an hour because if they get pulled over, he said, there goes the whole scheme theory. So he said that if you do the math, you get this circle around the Tucson area where they could be. But basically, if I'm remembering right, he said something to the effect of, the note said that if you pay, she will be returned in a certain number of hours. Okay, I saw that interview with him. It was from a day or two ago because he's seen the note. So he made it sound like the note said it would be now I don't know, it could be, I don't know how many hours, it could be 3, it could be 8, I don't know. But he said that, that it wasn't like 20 hours. So again, according to Harvey Levin, the note says something, the ransom note says something like, if you pay, she will be returned within a certain number of hours, it sounded like. No, I think she said, if I remember right, he said not returned to like across the world or something. I believe he said she would be back in the area where she lived. That was his understanding. Now, I haven't seen the note, but I saw the interview where he said that. Well, ZK says, does that mean she's close by? Harvey Levin thinks it means that she's in some, not necessarily in Tucson, but in some sort of, again, if you draw a circle, if it said 3 hours, you can imagine it'd be about 200 miles. I don't know how many hours he said. He didn't say a number of hours when I heard him. But he said it's a smaller part of the country. It's not the whole country. Like a radius, exactly. So he thought that would help law enforcement narrow down where she might be, because it had to be somewhere where they could drive her back under the speed limit, or at normal driving speed within several hours. One of our viewers mentioned this. I don't know about this. One of our viewers claimed that Savannah Guthrie's net worth is about $40 million. Hello Magazine, which I believe is a magazine that talks about celebrities, they had an article a couple of days ago claiming her estimated worth was like $40 million. And I'm not saying this to be crass. I'm not judging her, and I'm not saying it just to say it. But the reason you might think it's important is to think about, ability to pay and that kind of thing, and the decision the family makes. And just as background information, I don't know what the ransom is. TMZ said it was multiple millions of dollars, but I cannot confirm that number. I have no idea if that's in the ballpark or not. Did TMZ say one of our viewers said TMZ said within 4 hours? The note said, he might have said that in a different interview. I'll have to check that up. All right, hang on a moment here. Has the sheriff's office said anything tonight, guys? Pima County Sheriff's Department has not posted anything. The Sheriff's Department has not posted anything since the Guthrie family released their message. So I don't know if there's going to be a press conference or not. I'm looking around for like a live shot of the house. I'm looking at the major news outlets, and they're not showing a live shot of the house. I mean, it's 5:42. No, it's 5:42 p.m. local time there. I'm also going to pull up, if I can, News Nation here as well. Give me 2 seconds here. Hang on. Just need a second. And we'll show you that message again. So how is this going to all play out? This is really, it's stunning news to see this actually happen. Look, we were talking about this last night. I said it on the air, and we were talking about it. I said, maybe they'll pay the ransom. We're getting close to this deadline. Harvey Levin from TMZ said there were 2 deadlines. He said there was a Thursday deadline, which that deadline changed the terms of the deal, he said. the language that Harvey Levin used in the interview I saw. And sorry, I am a bit sick. I went to the doctor today. I got medication, so things should be getting better. But for the moment, I might be coughing some. So I have cough drops and water and everything, so I apologize if I'm coughing. But we're all good. Harvey Levin said that the first deadline on Thursday changes the demand. And the second deadline, which is next Monday, he's in 2 days, he said that is much more consequential. So I don't know what he meant by the Thursday deadline changes the demand. But he also said the Monday deadline is much more consequential. So given that there's a Monday deadline, if the family thinks the person is serious, they're going to have to decide something by Monday. Seems like they've decided something now. I'm just pulling some things up so I can see them here. Thanks for bearing with me. Okay, now. All right. Hang on 2 seconds. Let me pull something else up here. And I'm going to be taking your comments in a second and bringing you the latest updates. One of our viewers mentioned that. So one of our viewers mentioned, I think JLR Investigates might have. I think he is out there with a camera at the house. By the way, JLR Investigates, so it's very possible. I'm hoping to get a live shot myself. I should inquire about that right now. Let me actually inquire about that, because we had a live shot yesterday, and we might get one in a little bit. Hang on. I'm asking about this right now. So hopefully we can. All right, so here is, let me show you again. Here is I want people to be able to see that here is the message that the family said. Then we're going to take some comments. By the way, a quick thanks to Nick Rose, Scrantix Gaming, Bixby K5Q, Granite Man, Cherry Cola, Nini of 6, Sparky Jean, Gregory Simpson, Diane Lejewski, Melody CJ, Ricky Como, Kim Owens, Swore Dance, Tracy Ann, One Video Game Dude, and 19 Roomham on Twitch, and Bubba Twitcher, and Mr. Clam. All right. Also, it looks like on JLR's stream, he's showing a drone going up, which I wonder if that's the Fox News drone. But I don't know that that they're actually, like, Fox News now has a shot of where? Fox News, I think, might be at Annie Guthrie's house. Fox and CNN are showing a live shot, but it looks like, is anyone watching Fox News right now? It looks like to me they're at Annie Guthrie's house, maybe. But they might have a drone going up too. But I'm not aware that the police are like searching at the house, right, at Nancy Guthrie's house right now. Annie Guthrie is one of the daughters of Nancy Guthrie. But Fox actually, I think the Fox drone is live now over Nancy Guthrie's house. I think. I'll message JLR. I'll message JLR about that. I might be getting a stream. I'm not sure if I'm getting a stream here. Oh, hold on. Hang on a second here. Hang on. I need to find a way to message him. No, isn't JLR is there, right? Isn't JLR with his own camera? Isn't he? JLR actually is there. He's not, he's actually there, right? Yeah, guys, hold on. Let me just listen to something. So I pay people for streams. Look, guys, there's various creators out there who do streams, and when there's live video, if somebody's shooting a live video and I can't get it anywhere else, I offer to pay somebody. Some of you might be real big fans of theirs. Some of you might not be fans. But, what I do is I just, no matter who the person is, if they're shooting video relevant to a story, I'm certainly willing to pay someone for that news footage that I might normally get from, say, Reuters or something, but Reuters doesn't have a camera there right now. Hang on.
With minutes.
Yeah, I gotta find it. I gotta find where he said it if he said it.
Millions.
Because
Get through okay?
Because I don't have the Reuters feed.
Again, people, I have no problem with that. Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm listening to it. Hold on.
All right, so share this video out. If you want to restream this video, again, people, I have no problem with that. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to tell JLR, I'm going to restream him, but I'll talk to him later about I'd like to pay him. So I'm going to, just let him know that. I don't like using people's video without paying them. But he said that anybody could use it. But let me just real quick see. Reuters does not have a video right now. AFP does not have a video right now. And oh, hold on, I have one. I do have one. AP has a video. So I'll probably use the AP video. Let me just see this here. But their video is just, I don't even know if it's live. It's just like locked down. But the AP it's weird. I'm trying to figure out what this AP video is. The AP video is like at the house, but seems to be not even, I don't even know if it's live yet. Just like a lockdown shot. All right, anyways. Yes, guys, I'm aware that JLR said his theme could be... Let me give it a second here and see what happens with the AP stream. I don't know what the AP stream is. If I use his video, I will pay him like I pay other people. That's the way I do it. Okay? So, let me show first the video from the family. Let's do that first. All right, just give it a moment here. Let's show the video from the family. Why is it doing it like this now? All right, hang on. I have to do it this way. Here is the video from tonight, for those who haven't seen it.
We received your message.
Hang on. It's playing right now.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Let's play one more time. Just get the language here.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace.
Hang on. I stopped it earlier, I think.
This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Yeah, one of our viewers, Darcy, says, understand what? That's a good question. When she says, well, we understand, what? Understand what? Again, the wording is a little bit strange sounding, but again, we don't know what the first two messages said exactly, right? So, hang on a moment. Give me one moment. All right, let me check on the live video thing for a second here. Oh, AP stream is going. Hey guys, the AP stream is going. I'm going to get the AP stream up. Just give me a moment. I need a moment. I'm going to get the AP stream up for you. All right, hang on. I'm getting you a live shot from the house right now. Give me about 45 seconds. I'm doing. I bought the AP stream because they're there. So just give me a minute and I'll get it up on the screen for you. Thanks for your patience. All right, I'm about to put it on the screen for you. This is from AP at the house, at Nancy Guthrie's house. Okay, I'm looking at it right now. I can see it on my feed. I'm going to put it up on the screen for you right now. Thanks for your patience. Here, this is live from the scene right now. That's not from Instagram. That's a live shot. Is there volume? I think there is. We'll see. Oh, yeah, there is. Give me a moment.
Hello, my love. How are you? Okay.
Okay.
In an emotional video.
So that is the house.
Savannah Guthrie addresses her
I'll put
mother's
VAP up there. I want to get to more of your comments. Now on JLR's stream, he is showing a man taking something. Maybe it may be law enforcement taking something out of the mailbox. He just showed somebody taking something with gloves on out of the mailbox there.
Savannah Guthrie addresses her mother's captors and says, right. Then we got a couple of years and I will come back on camera. Oh, bless. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, I don't know if he's just collecting the mail or what.
In an emotional video posted to social media, Savannah Guthrie addresses her mother's captors and says, "Here we go."
I'm trying to find other updates. I really, aside from the video that came out from the family, I haven't seen anything from the police yet about a new.
Emotional video published to social media, Savannah Guthrie addresses her mother's captors and says, "We understand your message."
I haven't seen anything about a new press conference. I don't, the family announced that they're going to pay. When are they going to pay? Have they already paid? Is that,
Video published, do we
are they waiting for a response before paying?
Savannah's, I think it was Tuesday, wasn't it?
Isabella Griffith said, was the Bitcoin mentioned in the second note? One of the people who's seen the second note, Mary Coleman from KOLD has seen the second note. She said the second note was not a ransom note. That's what she said. She said the second note was not a ransom note. All right, let me read some comments from you guys here. Jimmy thinks the FBI will be all over the kidnappers. Our viewer Ron Lolordo says they. Oh, hold on. What's this guy doing? That's the guy who was going into the mailbox before on JLR's stream. Hang on. Ron Lolordo thinks that, what did Ron say? I forgot. I think Ron said something that the FBI will be all over the people getting the ransom or something. Sorry, Ron, if I can't remember. Dave says, is she alive? Since they're paying ransom. I mean, I can't guarantee you she's alive. My guess is they seem to think she's alive. Were they sent proof of life? We don't know. Karen Moore says, if all this works out, it makes me wonder where they will return her. I'm sure they won't leave her somewhere that has cameras that could identify them. It's a perfectly good point. Hard to imagine that they would just drive her up where there's police or cameras. Michelle Lauzone thinks that she is not alive because she doesn't have her medicine. Well, we don't know that she doesn't have her medicine. Maybe whoever did this got medicine for her that's identical to what she had at home.
In which Savannah Guthrie, once again flanked by her siblings, says to her captors, to her mother's captors...
Quick thank you to Jerry Kovacs. Thanks, Jerry, and also Chris Plant. Chris says, what if he didn't realize who Nancy was until later, taking 3 days to send ransom note to the media? So Chris says, what if he took her and didn't realize who he was taking? But then the question would be, well, why did he take her in the first place? Look, I don't know. I don't know what this person's plan was or the people's plan was. But it seems even stranger if the person took her and didn't know. Is it possible the person could have just taken an old woman who they didn't know and said, I'm going to demand a ransom? I guess so. I try to think that the simplest explanation might be the best one. But I don't know, again. So there's all kinds of possibilities here. Chris Plant just pointed out one of them. So it's Chin Plant, not Chris Plant, Chin Plant 67. Thank you, Chin Plant. So again, there's so much we don't know. We don't even know for sure if the person who sent the ransom note even has her. We know that the family says this. Look, it's possible that the family doesn't know, and they're saying we're going to pay the ransom to hedge their bets or try to get communication back. I don't know what the family is thinking, but I'd be careful about assuming anything at this point. The thing we know is that they do say that they will pay the ransom. That doesn't tell you what they're thinking. By the way, thanks on Facebook to Susan Priest Buchner and Darlene Carrick and Jensen Lee Brown. Hold on a second. If they ended their live, that's really soon. Hold on a moment, I got to reach out to AP. They weren't live for very long. Evelyn Kumbalek, thank you on Facebook for your support as well. Let me message AP. Hold on. Hang on. No, it's not refresh the feed. I'll get an answer in a second. Let me look into that. I'm reaching out to AP. Yes, if need be, I can pay JLR to use his feed. But let me see what's going on first with the AP feed, which is currently not live. One of our viewers said TMZ has made claims that they think the abductors are Tucson-based. Well, I don't know if they meant So I haven't heard that specific claim. I mean, Harvey Levin of TMZ said he thinks that one thing he said is he thinks that they're keeping her somewhat locally, because he said that the ransom note, which he has seen, said that if the ransom was paid, she would be brought back to the area within a certain amount of time. I believe it was something like several hours, which would mean that she's somewhere in a general radius around the area. I don't know that they specifically said that they're Tucson based, although I've heard arguments, it would seem that one expert I heard said, they sent this message to some local media stations, which would suggest they're familiar with the local media, something like that. But maybe there's another article or an interview I missed where they said, from Tucson based. I'll have to see if I can find it. You can try sending it to me too. You can message me on X @Lookner. Give me a moment here. I'm doing two things at once. Hub said 10 hours. The interview I saw, he didn't give Harvey Levin. I don't remember him giving an exact number of hours. Okay, I have an update from a short while ago. Jacob Owens, who is with local news station KVOA, he posted about 40 minutes ago, and he said that despite all of the activity last night at the home, there has not been a law enforcement activity at the home today. We're talking since at least 8 a.m. So according to Jacob Owens of KVOA, there hasn't really been law enforcement activity at Nancy Guthrie's home today. There was a lot yesterday. All right. Keeping an eye on a bunch of things here. Also, as one of our viewers said, if Nancy Guthrie were returned, I agree with what the viewer said, we were just talking about this. If she were returned, you have to imagine they're not going to drop her off at her house, or drop her off at Annie Guthrie's house, or drop her off anywhere where people would be waiting for her. Because I would assume, unless they say, they could say, we're going to hire an innocent person to drive her, and don't bother the driver because the driver's innocent. I don't know that that's going to work, right? I would certainly think that police would want to speak to who's ever driving the car. So it would seem to me more likely that somebody said Waymo delivered. But, it would seem more likely to me that at a certain point they leave her somewhere and then say after, you can go pick her up now. And it's a whole, now also, how do they do that? Because if you leave her somewhere and you go out then there's more of a record of you, could they just leave her? Is it possible that instead of returning her, they would just say, well, I don't know. If they say pick her up where she is now, well, then police are going to look around that area. So I don't know what the plan is for returning her. But whoever has her, if they're going to return her, they're going to want to do it in a way that doesn't expose themselves. Right? Lee says, how would an exchange work with certainty? Sounds impossible. I don't think there is certainty. In the sense of, I don't see how, realistically, there is not going to be some uncertainty. I would assume that the ransom needs to get paid first, and I would assume at that point it's up to the captors to return her, or captor or captors to return her. I don't think they're going to be live streaming the whole thing, the captors. So I don't. It's a good question, but I don't see how there could. I mean, it would seem that to me that there'd be some uncertainty on the part of the people paying that she would be returned. I don't even know how sure they are that that this person asking for the ransom has her and that she's alive. So very good questions people are bringing up. So AP said, here's what AP said to me. They said that they ended their stream because it's getting dark there, and there are no activities outside the house so far, okay? So again, that's what I wrote to AP about their stream. And they basically said, look, it's getting dark there. And they said there has been no activities outside the house so far. Now, there are some people outside the house. I believe it's basically media outside the house right now. JLR Investigates has a stream up. You can see it getting dark on his stream. But as I just mentioned, was it VOA? A local channel, one of the reporters I just mentioned he said there hasn't been law enforcement activity at her house today. Yeah, I'll write to AP about getting a refund for they're good about that. I mean, because I didn't know it was going to end a couple minutes after I bought the stream. So I'll have to write to them after the stream and ask about that. I don't think it'll be a problem. So thank you for asking, but I think it's going to be okay. But yes. So let's keep talking about. Now, will there be a press conference tonight? There's no comment so far. I haven't seen any comment from the authorities. Has anyone seen anything from Pima County Sheriff's Department? Has not posted anything. Has the FBI posted anything? I'm not aware that the FBI has posted anything about this new video. Yeah, I'm going to play the video again right now. All right, let me play the video again. Hang on. I am getting the video up on the screen for you. That's not going to work. This is the video from the family posted. Around what time was this posted? I have to look this up. This was posted, this video, around 8:30 my time? About 2 hours ago? Because my time's, I'm still in Argentina. I'm 2 hours ahead of Eastern time. So I think it was around 6:30 Eastern time, about 2 hours ago. Okay, here is the video that the family posted. I'll play it a couple times.
So that we can celebrate with her.
I'm just kidding. It's
the
middle of it.
We will have peace.
It'll rewind. It'll start in a second.
This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
It's starting right now again.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
All right, let me take some comments. One of our viewers says she's obviously talking in code to them. This is so cryptic, someone says. It sounds like the mother might not be alive. Well, she said celebrate with her. Why would she be saying celebrate with her if the mother was not alive? I mean, some of our viewers seem to think that maybe she passed away and they're saying we understand she's no longer alive. Now, I mean, look, I have no idea what happened. The police said that she needed her medication to survive. Did they not have medication for her? I have no idea. Strange wording for sure, says one of our viewers. Sean Morris says, once they have the money, what incentive do they have to make good on their end of the deal? That's what Sean Morris said. Well, I mean, so look, I understand what you're saying, but if your whole goal is to make money, do you want to be responsible for in perpetuity taking care of someone? And also, I would think the longer that person is with you, the more there's a chance of somebody finding out where the person is. So I don't know. I can imagine an answer to that question, which involves the person wanting to just take the money and go away. So, but at the same time, I understand what Sean is saying, which a number of people are saying is it relates to the, is there a guarantee that if they pay the ransom, they'll get her? I don't even know if they're 100% sure that the person asking for the ransom has her. Harvey Levin said that the initial ransom note mentioned where the Apple Watch was in her house. Okay, so it could be that was true. It could be that ransom note had this detail and that person got it right, and it clearly shows you that person knows where the Apple Watch is and maybe was there when she was taken. That in itself doesn't guarantee she's still alive. So as far as we know, there's been no proof of life. Maybe there has been. So we just don't know what they know and if there's more information they've been given and how much uncertainty they have. Rhonda's Lovely Spark says, celebration of life, it's a funeral. Our viewer Mauricio Corbin says, thank you, Mauricio, and Rhonda's Lovely Sparks and Sean Morris. Mauricio says, what does it mean this is very valuable to us? Yeah, it seems kind of like odd wording. I agree with you, but I don't know what they're responding to in the messages. Jackie Johnston, thank you. Jackie thinks that this is most likely a trap. The FBI has a lot of resources. We know that the FBI said they had worked with the family on the first message they sent. Seems like it's something like that is possible. I'm assuming that whoever is sending these notes is aware of such a possibility. But yeah, I don't know what's in their head and what's in police's head, and all that. Thank you, Mr. French, who says, do you think the kidnappers have hid their identities from Nancy? It's a very good question. Fair question, because if Nancy's alive and gets returned, if she's seen the kidnapper, she could say something about it. Casey, thanks Casey. Casey doesn't think that she's alive. Casey thinks, a number of our viewers think that they look at this video and think the family thinks she's no longer alive. Yeah, a number of people have asked about why are they messaging this way. Remember, police have said that, I believe police said this, and I've heard this reported, there has been no method of communication given to reach the kidnappers. This has been said repeatedly, that the notes that have been set do not give a way to reach the people. So this appears to be the only way to reach them. Now, maybe there's some other way, I don't know. But as far as we know, there is no method of communication, private method, for the family to reach the captor or captors. Polly says, wonder if the person could send her back via Uber. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. You'd have to, there's obviously risk there because you'd have to order the Uber, and that would give a sense of where she is, and it's just another layer of, you'd have to leave her somewhere and hope she gets in the Uber, I guess, because you don't want the person driving the Uber to see anybody except from her. So, yeah, there's a whole question of how they would return her to minimize risk to themselves of getting caught, which is a great question. Granite Man and Nick Rose, thank you. And Al MacArthur, Glue Taster, Boomer. I want to read some more comments here. Greg Pondell, Leona. Let's see. Sibbins said they said earlier there will be no press conference today. Well, what the police said is that there was no press conference planned for today. But what they said, I'll show you, is we currently do not have, any press briefings scheduled for the Nancy Guthrie investigation. If anything breaks, well, something has certainly broken. If anything breaks, we will call one immediately and email our media partners as well as post here. The sheriff is not granting any interviews this time. Well, something has broken. This is pretty big breaking news that the family says they're going to pay the ransom, and I'm not aware of any kind of communication. There's been no communication from law enforcement after the family message came out. Nothing. Is there some law enforcement plan here? Has the Bitcoin ransom already been sent? If the family is really serious about paying the captors or captor, why wait? Wouldn't you just want to send it? Unless there's some sort of organized, maybe they've reached some timing plan on all this, but they could have sent it already. Jacob Owens, who is with he is with KVOA in Tucson. He reports that there is private security at Nancy Guthrie's home. So there is private security there, there's media there, but he said that law enforcement hasn't been there today at the house. Roger says, I hope she is alive and returned alive. Okay. I would think that law enforcement needs to say something at some point, right? Because no one really knows what's going on at this point. And, there'll be some comment. I'm going to play this again, and I'm not, I'm not, I know it's sensitive video, and I know obviously it's a horrible time, unthinkable time for the family, but the wording of what they say is so important, and it as a number of you have said, it seems a bit odd, the wording, and not my. There are a number of phrases that grab your attention. You wonder what the meaning of them are. So I am going to play it again, but I'm just, I understand that people might be hesitant to have it be shown a bunch of times, but I respect that. But I do think it's very important to the story, and again, we don't know exactly what's going on here. There's so much we don't know when we're trying to get clues from the video. So every time I see it, it helps me try to think about what is being done and what's being said. But I can't say.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
See, now when I listen to it, she says this is the only way we will have peace. Now, I think some of our viewers think, well, that sounds like maybe something you say if you think she's not alive. This is the only way we will have peace. But they also say celebrate with her, which seems like something you would say if you thought she was alive. It's very confusing. Because, again, the only way we'll have peace, but we're going to celebrate with her. And also, remember, they said, we received your message. Was there a new message today? We don't know. Yeah, something is off, one of our viewers said. And so, yeah, I do. All I know is that we don't know exactly what's going on. And I wouldn't be surprised if what ends up happening is something other than Ransom paid, she's returned alive and well, and that's it. So, I mean, there's all kinds of things that could happen. It's just I would be careful about jumping to conclusions about what's happening here. And adding to the strangeness is that the total lack of comment from law enforcement, which I'm sure law enforcement has their reasons for this. It is just so strange. Again, feel terrible for the family, obviously, that they're going through this, whatever is happening and whatever they know and they've learned. Such an odd message, says soccer fan Machado. Anyways, I was going to play it a couple times just so people could listen to it, but I stopped to mention that. I have no water in my glass. I've been a little under the weather, so I want to keep drinking water. So let me just hit play, and I'll play it another time or two, and just while I'm going to get some water while I'm playing it.
Your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
This is very valuable to us. Would you say this is very valuable to us if what was happening is that you're getting your mother back alive and well? I am understanding why a bunch of our viewers think that maybe Nancy is not alive. Also, if she's not alive, are they... First of all, if she's not alive, are they still asking for a ransom? Is the ransom different? I also thought about, remember, Harvey Levin had said from TMZ, who had seen the ransom note, he said that the Thursday deadline, which was 2 days ago, was a deadline in which if the deadline weren't met, the demand would change. And then he said that the Monday deadline was much more consequential. I don't know what he meant when he said that well, I don't know what he meant about either of them. But specifically, it struck me as strange that Harvey Levin said that the ransom note said the Thursday deadline said that if you don't meet this deadline on Thursday, the demand will change. Now, does that just mean they're asking for more money? But if she's not alive, I hate even talking about this, is the idea that did the captor say there was some sort of accident with her or something? You know. One of our viewers, by the way, one of our viewers just said, this is also interesting. One of our viewers thinks that this video was recorded much earlier today and it was released now. A fair point. Well, we don't know when this was recorded. However, so you might just the thing is, though, remember, as far as we know, the family does not have a direct line of communication. So, you know, if the family had a direct line of communication to the captors, they could have sent this to the captor or captors before and then released it later. But everything we've heard has said so far that they don't know how to contact the captors, and this is the way they're communicating with the captors. How do they return the body or Nancy without being caught? Now, look, I don't know what, if these the captor or captors really do have Nancy, there was some sort of plan to all of this thing, it seems like. I would assume they had planned out how this would play out, but it's a great question. I want to keep checking. Let me just check and make sure we don't have any other updates. It feels like at some point we're going to hear something from law enforcement. It has been over 2 hours, I believe, since the family released this message. And there's been literally no comment, not a peep from law enforcement. I'm sure they have their reasons for this. I'm not saying they're dropping the ball or anything. It's just very strange. Nothing. Not even we are aware of the message the family sent. We are not commenting on it at this time. We haven't even gotten that. Just nothing. local or federal. To repeat, I am not aware of any law enforcement presence at her house. There are Fox is live streaming from her house, Nancy Guthrie's house. JLR Investigates is live streaming from the house. A reporter I follow from KVOA said law enforcement has not been there all day. And remember, it would, if she was going to get returned, you would think it wouldn't be somewhere public where they could see who's returning her. It is a very strange and disturbing scenario going on right now. I kind of can't believe it. It's just so crazy and disturbing and strange. It's really crazy that it's actually happening like this so far. Michael Jin says, why would law enforcement let them pay the ransom? I believe law enforcement has said it's up to the family to decide what to do. I don't think law enforcement can make them do anything. Law enforcement has said they're advising on this, but ultimately it's up to the family to decide what to do. I don't know how law enforcement feels about it. To be honest, look, to be clear, some of our viewers think that the video is part of some kind of law enforcement plan to catch the people. So, I don't know. Corey Nagel thinks they will drop her in the desert and send coordinates for them to go get her. And Terry Walsh thinks the word celebration relates to a funeral celebration of life ceremony in the Christian world. Telly says, I pray this is not the case. But the wording brings these thoughts. Continued prayers are with Nancy and fam, our viewer Telly says. Big V says there was quite a lot of blood seen outside Guthrie's home in News Nation's video they posted on YouTube tonight. I didn't see that. I've seen the video that Brian Enton posted from outside the house several days ago, where he showed blood on the ground on like the front steps or front porch area, and there were drops of blood. It didn't seem to be an enormous amount of blood. I'd have to go back and check out the video from tonight, which I haven't seen, the one today. I also don't know if there's blood anywhere else in the house. We don't know that. Ken Lance says, today's message makes me think she has unfortunately passed away. Thank you, Ken. Sean Morris, thank you, thinks the best case scenario is law enforcement locates her alive and raids the location. I am checking for updates, guys. Hey, let me just check a couple things here. Just give me a moment. Let me just pull a couple things up here and be checking. A former FBI agent told CNN that the fact that the family released this message on Instagram suggests they have no direct line of communication to the captors, which we were talking about earlier. I'm just checking some different outlets to see if there's any new reporting coming out tonight on anything. All we really have is this new video. It's really strange. Now, remember what President Trump said yesterday. Remember that. I want to show you what President Trump said yesterday. Remember, he said he thought there would be a solution soon? Not a search, a solution? Is there any connection between what he said yesterday and what we just heard, what's going on today? Now, is it not even posted there? Let's see. Where is it? Here it is right here. I'm going to pull it up here right now.
And if you talk about limit, sit down, everything in our country, it was not suggested that for have a country time as far as something for money, begging. I got to be then somebody posts a Stanford book, and I like to begin very small part. Now, by the way, again, the takeoff one, I support a federal law. Is this a search going to Mexico? Talking about a search. I'm talking
Here.
on that regard, you're probably surprised to hear that. Very well. For law enforcement, about the fraudulent Savannah Guthrie's conviction.
All right, here is what President Trump said yesterday. Okay, this is yesterday. I want to show you this. Is there any chance that what President Trump said yesterday, was referring to what the family coming out and saying they'd pay this ransom? Or some sort of payment? Here's what President Trump said yesterday.
Part of our country, which are really bad.
Mr. President, you promised Savannah Guthrie's family the full support of federal law enforcement. FBI is now.
I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well on that regard. You're probably surprised to hear that. I think we're doing very well. Very well, meaning we have some clues, I think, that are very strong. And I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?
I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be
Suspect?
yeah, could be definitive.
When do you expect us to hear?
A lot's taken place in the last couple of hours. A lot of things have happened with regard to that horrible situation in the last couple of hours.
Mr. President, at the very least, do you condemn the racist parts of the video?
He did say he thought things were going very well, or going well. Now, obviously, that wouldn't be something he would say if he thought that Nancy was no longer alive. Anyways, that's what he said yesterday. I don't know if you can look at that and then look at this video today saying of the family saying they're going to pay and say that they were talking about the same thing. Hang on, I want to just, for people who haven't seen it. For people who haven't seen it, again, here's the video. Again, I know people are coming into the stream and tuning in. Just to show you again, this is what the family had to say, I think about 2.5, 3 hours ago. Is it queued up here? Let's see. Let me cue it up to the beginning.
We received your message.
Hold on, I'm just queuing it up to the beginning here.
We beg you now to return our...
Hang on.
Celebrate with her.
Refresh.
This is the only way we will have peace.
Here.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Again, this is very valuable to us. It's even strange to me that they say we beg you. If you thought that there was a deal, like if you just said, okay, we're making the deal with you, we'll pay and return her. I don't know that you'd say we beg you to return her. It's just that in itself is interesting to me. I would think, you'd say something like, okay, we'll pay, and now maybe you say, please return. I just, something is strange about that to me even. But again, we don't know what they know and what they've heard. One of our viewers says, very odd. Yes, she said celebrate, but she also said this is very valuable to us. Hang
on. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
This is the only way we'll have peace. This is the only way we'll have peace. Hang on a moment here. I want to thank our moderators again. Fiona Diamond says, this doesn't appear like a normal kidnapping. Yeah, so again, a number of you think that from watching this video that Nancy is no longer alive, or that's what they think. I certainly understand that point of view. Gary Myers says, sounds bad. Thank you. Ruth is moderating, Leslie Ladyhawk, Roberts May Queen. They're all there on YouTube moderating. I really appreciate it as we keep bringing you updates here. Waiting to hear something from law enforcement, something. Also, let me just thank our Twitch moderators. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, J. Joanted, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Linda Bell, Larry, and Misha over on X. And I want to thank our Facebook moderators too. Very disturbing. It's a very, very disturbing and concerning and worrying story. And that video is very disturbing and concerning and worrying. Jody Letts points out that in the first video, the family members addressed the mother, and they did not do that in this video. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, thank you for moderating over on Facebook. And thank you to Katie Hood Sunderman and Michael Clayton, Evelyn Kumbalik, Jensen Lee Brown, Darlene Kerrick, and Susan Priest Buchner on Facebook for your support. And also Haunted Wind on Twitch, Spencer Biohazard on Twitch, Haas McKayfabe on Twitch, 19 Roomham on Twitch, and Bubba Twitcher. Let me just take a second and see if we have any kind of update from law enforcement. Nothing. It's really unbelievable. So this video was released over 2 hours ago. I believe it was about, well, hold on, let me see here. Let me get the timing on the video. Yeah, this video was released about 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. There has not been anything that I have seen from any law enforcement at any level about this. And again, I'm sure they have their reasons. It's just we haven't heard anything. And not even a post that says we're aware of the video, we're not commenting on it at this time. Not even that. Which is just, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure they have their reasons, but let me take some more comments. I don't know. So I'm sure they're having. I'm hearing two of me. Let me take some more comments from you guys. Lil's Pet says, "I think they know." I mean, one reason for law enforcement to not say anything right now is if something is in process and happening, right? Maybe, if something, either if they paid the money and they expect to get Nancy back alive or not alive, I don't know. That could all be playing out right now as we speak. One of our viewers said, yep, they are busy. Although, I mean, it doesn't take a long time for one person to post, "We're aware of the message," we'll have a comment on it later. Sonny thinks law enforcement should do a news conference update. I mean, there's going to be a news conference at some point. This is such a strange thing. Hang on a moment here. Give me 1 second. I was going to pull up here. Hold on. I don't even see, like, I'm looking at the news networks. I'm watching different news networks, and I was also watching News Nation too. And it's like, I mean, because the police aren't at the house right now, as far as I can see. As far as I'm aware, it's just it's like this. It's like this whole thing is reaching this. it seems like this end stage, and we have no idea what's going on. Wow. Dorothy Oz says nothing is concrete until Nancy is released. Shelley Tehanika says it's all very sad. Ginger thinks it'll take at least 4 hours to see if she is returned. Well, if what's going on is that the family has paid and they're waiting for her to be returned, I don't know how long that will take. Remember that Harvey Levin of TMZ, I saw him do an interview. He has seen the ransom note, and he said that it said that she would be returned, I believe he said in a number of hours. He said that you could draw a radius around Tucson because if you assume, that it would take several hours that they wouldn't fly with her and they wouldn't have somebody drive 100 miles an hour with her. He said, from my recollection, he said something like it was several hours that they said they gave a time window that they said they would return her in. And, if somebody does have her, do they leave her somewhere and then go away and then hours later say, you can pick her up here? It's crazy to even think about. It's crazy that we're even having these conversations. One of our viewers says, I think Nancy's alive. Yeah, one of the viewers said, would they even drop her off on Tucson? Would they just leave her somewhere else? One of our viewers, CC, says the entire story is surreal. Yeah, I will say it was like, part of me kept thinking, well, it'll turn out the ransom note is not real, but certainly being treated as real, I believe. Nigel says there must be a new presser soon, surely. Hang on a minute here. I want to keep checking and making sure that we haven't heard anything new from law enforcement. I don't see anything. I don't see anything new from law enforcement. Jason Santoro says, if they pay the ransom and get Nancy back, I wonder if Cash will resign. I don't believe Cash Patel has posted about this. Has he? There were stories that he was going to go to Arizona and oversee things, but I don't know that that's happened. Hang on a moment here. James Pfeiffer, our viewer, says, I wonder what the agreement will be upon payment. How soon and where will the return take place? JLR on his stream is showing, JLR Investigates on his stream is showing there are 2 trucks from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, 2 pickup trucks, there's a lot of media at Nancy Guthrie's house. There has not really been law enforcement activity there today. There are 2 pickup trucks from the Sheriff's Department outside the house. But they look like they're just sitting there. It's Pima County Sheriff. It's not federal law enforcement. It's not FBI. It's Pima County Sheriff. Maybe they're there to keep, crowd control or whatever. I didn't even see this before. Yes, Jay Gald tweets, I hadn't even seen this. Kash Patel did post this, guys. Why did Kash Patel post this? I don't know that this is related. He posted this an hour ago. Well, hold on, you can't see it. He just posted a bunch of American flags. Kash Patel posted a bunch of American flags about an hour ago. That's after the video came out. I didn't even realize he had posted that. Does it have anything to do with this? Oh, maybe the Olympics? Maybe it's the Olympics. Seems like more the Olympics, I think. That's true. I'm guessing it's the Olympics. I wasn't even thinking of it. It's strange timing, though, Because the FBI is playing a big role in this investigation. President Trump has not posted about this today. Wow, this is really unbelievable. We're now about 2.5 hours. By the way, News Nation is also live has a camera live at the house. Oh, hold on a second. Hey guys. Brian Enton says, Brian Enton is at the house on News Nation, and he's talking about what happened there yesterday. He says it's been relatively quiet at the house, and he said he points out that a few minutes ago, recently, some local police, not from the FBI Sheriff's Department, showed up and said, I think he said he's not really sure why they're there. But he said it's been relatively quiet today at Nancy Guthrie's house. Yes, Fox News has a live camera now too, where they're showing one of the 2 Pima County Sheriff's trucks out there at the house. By the way, Fox News. Hey guys, I have an update for you. Fox News just went live on their X account, and they're showing the Fox News drone is up. Okay, they are live on X with their drone showing. And Mike Ruiz said that there were some. He posted a photo of a couple of the sheriff's deputies right next to their trucks looking at the ground with flashlights. But again, they are not FBI. Oh, Fox News on YouTube is showing the drone shot. Okay. If you go to Fox News on YouTube, they have a drone shot, and it's showing the 2 sheriff's department pickup trucks at Nancy's house. I don't see lots of activity there. I don't see a big search going on. They're just right now showing one of the trucks and a deputy next to the truck. But you can go, so this is not, there's not a big police presence there. There's no sign of the FBI there. There's a couple of sheriff's department trucks, which may just be because, you know, there's media out there and they want to keep things under control. But you can go to Fox News on YouTube and look at their drone shot. They have it live on YouTube. It is dark there, too. It is dark there. Yeah, right now, they're showing them talking to a person. Okay, Jacob Owens says that the Pima County Sheriff's Department is talking to private security. So Nancy Guthrie's house has had private security there today, Jacob Owens, who's a local reporter, said. And Jacob says that the Sheriff's Department vehicles arrived and that the Sheriff's Department is talking to private security. Wow. I see nothing from law enforcement still. I don't see anything from law enforcement in terms of talking about this video. I haven't seen any reporting shedding light on what's going on with the video. JLR is showing on his video one of the deputies right next. Oh, and you can see it on Fox News. One of the deputies is looking on the ground next to the sheriff's pickup truck with a flashlight. But he's right near the pickup truck, and he's looking around with a flashlight on the ground. Oh, is there a helicopter up there? Let me check flight radar. Again, Fox News on YouTube is showing a live drone shot of her house. Let's see. Now, I don't, it's ADS, Flight Radar 24 does not have a, is not showing a helicopter up. Did somebody maybe hear a drone and think it was a helicopter? There's a bunch of media there. Hang on one moment. Yeah, so this is adsbexchange.com, the flight tracker, and they don't have anything up like helicopter-wise over Catalina Foothills, which is where this house is. So I'm not aware of any planes or helicopters going around there. It is nighttime, but Fox does have a drone up, which you can see on their YouTube page. What is happening right now? And again, I mean, This is not FBI at the house right now. This is a local sheriff's department. Yesterday, when we saw the big law enforcement presence at the house, that was FBI. I'm not aware that any FBI are at the house right now. This is 2 pickup trucks from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. All right, so again, if you're just joining us, I mean, this is really... We are almost at 3 hours. We're about 2 hours and 45 minutes since this video was released, where the family said they're going to pay. It's a bit of a cryptic video, and we don't know what's going on here. Some of our viewers think the video makes it sound like Nancy is no longer alive, their mother. No comment right now from there's been not a peep from the authorities, nothing. Michael Clayton, our viewer, says the story is getting really crazy. I mean, you had to have this video come out and just nothing, not even a comment from any law enforcement on this video. And we're almost at 3 hours since the video was released. Hold on. One of our viewers mentioned... It looks like the Fox is having issues with their drone, because I'm looking at Fox on YouTube and they're showing the drone screen, but not the video. So the Fox drone at the house might be having an issue. Oh, did it land? Did the drone land? Hey guys, is this anything? I don't know what to make of this. I'm looking at, oops, hold on a second. Hold on, everything is falling apart here. Here, I got it. This is Flight Radar 24. This is a, I mean, it's an Air Force plane that circled around like once around the Tucson area and is now flying north. A T-8038C Talon? I mean, didn't circle a lot. This is it's a jet trainer. The Talon is a jet trainer, according to Wikipedia. A jet trainer. Training jet. You can read about it on the Air Force site. It's a jet trainer. Oh, they use it. It's primarily used for undergraduate pilot training. Okay, so I'm going to assume that this is not related to the search. You can see it there. It did do a little circling around Tucson. It's at about 10,000 feet. I don't know, but my guess is that it's not related. But I wanted to let you know. Still no updates on the situation after the video was released about 3 hours ago. Michelle thinks she might not be alive because she doesn't have her medication. Michelle Lauzon. Unbelievable. I am seeing right now the Fox drone is showing one of the pickup trucks. Both of the Pima County Sheriff pickup trucks are driving away from the house, guys. Fox News drone just showed it. Both of the Pima County Sheriff's Department trucks, which showed up for a few minutes, just drove away from the house. One of the viewers said there was a false report of trespassing. Is that true? I didn't hear. I wasn't listening to those streams. Anyways, they're gone now. So I'm not aware of any law enforcement at the house now. Here again is the video from the family. If it loads here.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
You know, some of our viewers pointed out that they think that her Savannah's sister, Annie, at the start of this video, she has her eyes closed, and they think she looks, I mean, obviously they're all very distressed, but they think she looks so upset that they think that she's gotten really bad news. Again, she said, this is the only way we'll have peace. Would she be saying that? Would she be saying that if they were, I mean, there's a world in which she would say that if they wanted her to come back alive. I don't know. Muted Growl says, so odd. Lazy Dennis says, sounds like they're being blackmailed. Mr. MRY thinks it sounds like Nancy is deceased. Him Savvy says, all I know is it's sad. Yeah, I certainly understand where people are coming from. A bunch of our viewers think they're looking at this and they think that, sadly, they don't think Nancy is alive anymore. And I get what you're saying. Yes, as some of our viewers said, they did address their mother in the first message like this, but not in this one. They didn't address her. Now, by the way, let me say this, right? what if whoever is sending these notes, couldn't whoever have sent these notes told the family that Nancy is not alive, even if she is alive? You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know for sure that the person sending these notes has Nancy. We also don't know that whoever is sending these notes is telling the truth about everything. Yes, Fox News has their drone up at the house, their night vision drone at Nancy's house on their YouTube page. Again, I don't believe there's any law enforcement presence there right now. Are the notes legitimate? Well, that's not been confirmed, Sonny. We have never received confirmation from law enforcement that are legitimate. It seems like the family is treating them as legitimate. I mean, if, just one scenario, a number of you think, you look at this video and you think that they believe their mother's no longer alive. If that's the case, and if what's going on now, I don't know that it is, if what's going on now is that the family has sent some sort of payment in exchange for their mother who they believe is not alive, that might explain why you haven't heard anything from law enforcement, because law enforcement wouldn't start wanting to talk about that until they've ascertained exactly what's going on. They might not want to get ahead of things and have it turn out that what they think is the case is actually not the case. That would be, it would be an explanation if this whole process is taking place right now, that the family has given money for their mother, dead or alive. Again, that is something maybe the law enforcement just wants to let it play out before commenting on it. And they don't want to get in the way of the process. And they don't want to give out misleading information. Cryptician says it might be taking some time for the family to get the money to the kidnappers. Yeah, John says he thinks that when they said we understand, they're talking about the mother no longer being alive. But, I mean, it's interesting they say we understand. This is really unbelievable. Jacob Owens, who's at the house, at Nancy's house, said that the Pima County Sheriff's deputies who showed up said everything's good. They're just checking. Oh no, the security official, who I believe is private security at the house, told the press that everything's good. The police was just checking in. He says the sheriff's department comes over and checks in periodically. Jacob Owens also reports that police officials did speak with one man who seems to be out here documenting the scene. Maybe it's JLR, but the talk was brief and law enforcement left without incident. Excuse me. So again, police have a few police officers showed up, local police, and they left. And just nothing. Nothing from law enforcement about this note. We have no idea what is going on. We just have no idea. Thank you to the Sparky Pilot and CC Everest. Sparky Pilot thinks that the captor or captors could have instructed the family to use certain words or phrases in their response. Thank you, Bradley Moore and Just Ducky and Dilldozer and Callie Voltaire and Lilspeth and Dallas Cat. Dallas Cat is saying that maybe at some point the captor passed along information from the mother that only the mother would know to prove they had her. I don't know. I don't know if they've gotten any kind of proof of life about her from her. Thanks also, Dining Badger. Who thinks when they say now in the video, it indicates something has already occurred. I'll have to watch it again for the word now. Thanks also Cynthia Moon, Fiona Diamond, Jason Bewley. Now, Jason thinks they wouldn't pay if their mother wasn't alive. I don't know about that. Again, I hate even talking about this, but it's what's going on. I mean, if it certainly seems from the video, it's possible that the mother is not alive, and that's what they think. I don't know what to say. I hope she's alive. But if she's not, did the ransom demand change? I don't know, but you could imagine the family still wanting, and reading the video that way. I mean, you might think they wouldn't. I don't know. Thanks, Jason. Rhonda's Lovely Sparks thinks Trump would have said yesterday what he said even if she weren't alive because he's complimenting the investigation. Trump said yesterday the investigation seemed to be going well. Thank you, Cresia Marie, who thinks they will be celebrating Nancy's reunion with their late father. Also, Cresia Marie thinks they could be paying, even if she's not alive, in the hope that it will help catch the captor or captors. A quick thanks, Angel Wings and Wild Things and Biggie 18. By the way, Fox is showing they just landed their drone. It's crazy, the night vision technology on the Fox News drone. It's quite something. Thanks, Big E, Gregory Simpson, The Fiend. Take some more comments here from you guys. Jesse Lynn says, this is all so devastating. The last video from the family was a shift in energy. A number of you think that the family seems really down or resigned or devastated in this video. Ian Whistler says, could it be a hoax similar to the plot in Fargo? Could this be a hoax? I don't know. I don't know. Could the person writing the
We
notes
lost
not
4
have?
American lives that...
Hold on. You know what just happened? I'm sorry about that. The Fox News stream ended, and a new video just automatically started playing on my YouTube of Pam Bondi speaking. I was like, who's speaking right now? So that's what happened there. I apologize. But It was because the Fox News video I was watching ended. So I'm sorry for frightening people. Fox ended their stream of the drone. Dichotomy Dave says, I don't have a good feeling about this. Shem Shurter Lanov says, I hope I'm wrong, but when she said it's valuable for us, maybe reference to her dead body as much as her return alive. Oh, their father is alive and lives close by. I didn't even know that either way. I should have asked about that because I don't know. Hold on. The New York Times says that Savannah Guthrie's father died when she was 16. I believe. Yes. AZ Central also says Savannah Guthrie's dad passed away of a heart attack when she was 16. JLR ended his stream as well. Wow. I'm going to have to get some more water in a second. This is unbelievable. It's just like we have this video coming out and just no other information right now. Nothing from law enforcement. It's nighttime. I don't even see anyone streaming anymore from the house. Not that anything big is going to happen at her house. Oh, did I say something? Did I misspeak or something? Sometimes I think I say one thing and I say another thing. I'm not going to put on a scanner because I'm not aware that there's any scanner that is talking about this investigation. And Fox News ended their stream on YouTube, by the way. I don't know if their X is still live, but on YouTube they ended their stream. So if you hear a scanner and they're talking about this, let me know and I can put it on. But I'm not aware of this whole past week of there being scanner traffic about the investigation. And the problem is if you put on the scanner, and it's just going to be distracting because you'll hear all this stuff about stuff that has nothing to do with anything. But if you do hear something, let me know. Yeah, Fox is live on X, but it says we'll be right back. Fox News has a news story. I'm not commenting on this, I'm just passing it along. Sheriff leading Guthrie investigation spotted at basketball game as family pleads again with alleged ransomers. Fox News Digital, the sheriff investigating the apparent kidnapping of Savannah Guthrie's mother was spotted sitting near the front row at a college basketball game Saturday night, even as Guthrie and her two siblings posted a plaintive plea on Instagram for the safe return of their mother. It is interesting. I mean, look, people have their own lives to lead, but it's interesting that they saw him at the game. Did they see him at the game after the video came out? I don't know. Oh, hey guys, important part of this story. Minutes after the game ended, the video got posted. So He was not watching the game after the video got posted. The Fox News story does say that it was minutes after the game ended that the video got posted by the family tonight. I don't know if he knew that video was going to get posted. So just to be clear, they're not saying that the video was posted and then he was seen at the game. Yeah, again, I don't know the specific circumstances here, and again, I don't expect somebody to sit 24 hours a day and at their desk. One of our viewers mentioned mental health. Might be it's good for him to just take a break. But again, to be clear, Fox News says that the video was posted minutes after the end of the game. There's PR things too. I'll let you discuss that amongst yourselves, but I did want to pass that along. They posted it on X about 6 minutes ago. What is happening with this story? I mean, the situation is really, it's very disturbing and bizarre that over 3 hours ago, the family members posted a video saying we're going to pay. There has literally been nothing at all from law enforcement since then, from local or national law enforcement. Nothing, not a word about this. I have no other reporting I have not seen any reporting about this. At this point, I don't even see, Fox News appears to have a camera somewhere. I think Fox News might be showing a camera of Annie's house. Well, they just showed a camera for a second, Fox News, of one of the houses. And we're just waiting to hear more. And we don't even know what this video, some of our viewers think the video suggests that the family thinks that Nancy's no longer alive. We sit and wait. It is, so we just have to wait and see what we hear. It's about 7:41 p.m. local time there. Now, one of our viewers mentioned, she said, we will pay, not we have already paid. It is really crazy, a crazy situation. And really, very obviously, very distressing. And really worrying. John says, I bet they are paying right now. As I said, one reason to not hear from law enforcement is if everything is playing out right now. If there's something being paid, if there's supposedly some sort of return of the body or something, or return of her alive, right? Who knows how long that could all take? Sparky Jean says law enforcement is probably all hands on deck waiting for a response. Their focus is likely not on media at the moment. Thanks, Sparky Jean. Yeah, I mean, look, again, I understand what you're saying. It would not take one person a long time to post a 2-sentence message that says, we're aware of the video, we will have comment later. That kind of message does not significantly put a dent in law enforcement activity. So to me, it's more of a choice to not say anything about it. I can understand, a press conference is different, but you can post something. But it's a choice to me to not say anything. I'm sure they know about it. And apparently no leaks, because I'm not even hearing reporting from the media about it. Although, you know, if you're in the media, you might not want to report anything about this because you might think, well, there's something in process and I don't want to mess it up. Costington says, how come no press conference? The Super Bowl is tomorrow. Yeah, I'll play the video again in a second because I got to get more water in a second. Me says, gotta wait for the Bitcoin transaction confirmation. Brooke says, watch Annie's face at the beginning of the video. Let me get some more water. I'll play the video while I get some more water.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
I mean, she does say celebrate.
We received your message, and
she does say celebrate. Celebrate does seem like maybe something you say if somebody's alive, but I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. I just don't know. One of our viewers says, very cryptic. One of our viewers, Dinar, says there's a look of no hope. One of our viewers says it's all an act. Wall Street says, I feel like she's signaling. One of the viewers said, we understand seemed to be said to our viewer like she's not alive. Another viewer says, we understand is very cryptic. Yeah, I know. A bunch of people are claiming that by celebrate, she means like celebration of life at a funeral. I don't know. I really do wonder if there was a new message today, if they're responding to something that was said. I mean, you know, there was a message yesterday that was reported, and it wasn't being reported as a message that said that said anything about the mother not being alive. I don't know, but was there another message today that they might be responding to that we don't know about? They said, we got your message. I also don't know, like, if the wording was meant to not say much to the public or something. I mean, they could certainly, whatever they said could have been said in a way that would be more clear what's going on. So maybe, you know, in consultation with the police, they put this in a way that you couldn't really tell what's going on. Also, a pretty short message, too. Krogsy says there is specific lingo used in hostage situations. Kostov says if they pay too fast, will he ask for more? Callie Voltaire, thanks Callie, thinks the word celebrate is key. Thanks also C. Quee, who says, why hasn't Savannah's husband been in any of these videos? Well, you know, Annie is married as well. I know. I don't know about Cameron, but there's other family members and others close to the mother, but this is just, you know, I understand the question about why just the siblings, so that's a choice they made, but those are the siblings. Those are the children of Nancy. One of our viewers, Brittany, says immediate family. Maybe they're the closest family technically. Again, I understand the question, but thank you, Patty Nielsen. Rimfire Channel, Ada Gedden. Ada Gedden thinks the FBI are planning something, so radio silence. Thank you, Nick Rose, as well. And Sparky Pilot and, sorry, give me a moment here. Let me just check and see. So one of our viewers said News Nation said they might have got proof of life or something. Now, is that them reporting it or just watching the video and saying, well, maybe that's what the video suggests? I haven't seen a News Nation report about this. I'll go and look. One of the viewers said it was Mark Garagos speculating. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the News Nation page right now. I don't see, and I haven't seen Brian Enton post anything. I don't see any new big report on the News Nation page either about this. Snow says they have suggested it, nothing official. I am not aware, since this message came, I'm not aware even today. I'm not aware of any kind of significant new report about the situation that came out all day today, including after this video. Like, I haven't seen any major news outlet come out today and say, hey, we're hearing this from a source. Nothing. And again, since this video came out, not a peep at all from law enforcement. Callie says radio silence on purpose. Lucchini says, I think police have to be careful paying the ransom. If they do, it could be start of an ugly crime trend. Thanks, Lucchini. Now remember, it's not up to police. It's up to the family whether to pay a ransom. I understand Lucchini's concern that if the family pays a ransom, then that's a concern with paying ransoms, is it could encourage more crime. It's ultimately up to the family. Marcus Plane Spotting Germany, thank you, thinks that celebrate means celebrate her return. Cyber Beast Pilot says opening the door to negotiations with terrorists is a slippery slope. Thank you, Cyber Beast Pilot. You know, another thing about this is if they had a way of communicating privately with the captor or captors, it's possible that they could pay a ransom and you'd never hear about it. And you wouldn't be able to confirm it. But it seems like they have to post the communications publicly. So if they do want to pay something, they got to say it in public. I'm going to have a cough drop. I'm sorry. Just to update people, I'm fine. I went to the doctor today because I've been a little under the weather, and I got some medicine, including antibiotics. So everything should be on the improvement. Oh my gosh! But I got some cough drops in case I was coughing. So I'm gonna have a cough drop right now. Sorry about that. So please excuse my having a cough drop. But I should be doing better soon, hopefully. When might we hear something new? I keep checking. I mean, it's now been 3.5 hours since the video came out. I have an update for you. I have a news update. I have a little news update for you. Michael Ruiz, who is with Fox News, says that there is more activity at Annie Guthrie's house now. He says, I'm headed over, but I'm told it's the same vehicles that arrived last night for 5 minutes. So last night, after the search ended at Nancy Guthrie's house, Annie Guthrie is Savannah Guthrie's sister. Some federal law enforcement showed up at Annie Guthrie's house for a short amount of time. I believe just a few minutes, and I believe that they didn't even go inside. Well, Michael Ruiz just reported from Fox News that there is activity at Annie Guthrie's house now. He's told it's the same vehicles that arrived last night for just 5 minutes. And last night, what happened was, yes, investigators showed up last night, but only for about 5 minutes. And Michael Ruiz said last night there was a forensics vehicle that showed up at the house, in addition to a couple other vehicles. And some people got out and walked around the side of the house, and they were only there for like 5 minutes. So again, there are people reportedly, law enforcement has returned to Annie Guthrie's house. Let's see if we hear more about this. And I don't know if Savannah Guthrie is staying with Annie Guthrie. Maybe that's where the family is all gathered tonight. Len says collecting DNA. I don't know. Again, they were there last night, but only for 5 minutes. So that's a new development right now. Let's see what more we hear about that. Black Irish, our viewer, says, in recent years, several religious institutions have instituted celebrations in place of more formal and ritualized funeral service. In the video, the family talks about wanting to be able to celebrate with Nancy. Excuse me. KWNY says they didn't say they would pay the ransom. They just said pay. Yeah, look, they didn't say the word ransom. I'm assuming it's the ransom or a ransom. I don't know what else it would be. So I feel comfortable with the word ransom, even though they didn't say it. Curly says, is kidnapper going to risk freedom to release her? So again, Fox News' Michael Ruiz says that law enforcement who showed up at Annie Guthrie's house last night for 5 minutes have arrived again at Annie Guthrie's house. I don't know why they're there. JD said, I read no one is currently living at Annie's house. I'm trying to get you more information about what's going on. In the meantime, thanks, by the way, to Sketty Sandwich and CC on Twitch and Haunted Wind. And hang on a moment here. Thanks also to Bonnie Goodwin. Thank you, Bonnie Goodwin. Yeah, Eddie Smith mentioned this. We talked about this yesterday. That there was a device that seemed to be removed, a camera or something else from one of the roofs, from the roof of the house yesterday. It hasn't been. I don't believe law enforcement has confirmed what that was. Now, I don't even know this source. Eddie sent me an article from a source, I have no idea what this is. From Blast. It says Yahoo News Blast. I don't know what Blast is. Anyways, theblast.com claims that a neighbor told law enforcement to search the roof for clues. I don't know if that happens. I haven't heard that anywhere else, that a neighbor told them to search for clues on the roof. I mean, So it's a good question of why they were searching the roof yesterday. Did they have a special reason to? But I don't know if it was a neighbor. Thanks, Eddie, for writing in. While we wait for more information, here again is what was said. Excuse me. One of our viewers said, I heard a neighbor say it on TV.
Understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her.
Oh, no. I got to refresh and turn the volume on. Here we go.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
You know, it's also like part of the message is very kind of like sympathetic in a way to the captors, saying, we understand. This is very valuable to us. I don't know if this is something that maybe they're told to say, but, you know, almost like thanking the captor for and not saying we're not going to blame you. Who knows what they're actually thinking? But they say, we understand, and this is very valuable to us. Gloria thinks Annie's reaction makes her think that the mother is not alive. Edgehead says, poor Annie looks so sad. Ruth says they must have said something else in the note. K Toon says this is just crazy. Nigel thinks they all look broken. I mean, they've been through so much. So I can't tell you what's actually happening from this. This is one of our viewers, Mama Bear Instinct, says this is valuable to us. Could be about something the mother said. Nilita says, this is so sad. Why would someone do this? About 15 minutes ago, Fox's Michael Ruiz said that the same law enforcement that arrived last night for about 5 minutes at Annie Guthrie's house were back at her house. He said he was heading over there, but I haven't heard any more from him. And man, it's so hard to find information about what is going on right now. Fox is showing a drone. Is the Fox drone back up over Nancy's house? I'm not aware of any kind of major activity happening there. But Fox right now is showing their night drone, Fox News over the house, for whatever it's worth, on actual Fox News channel. Murph says TMZ said the letter was well written and there was not grammar or spelling errors. So Savannah is most likely saying she understands as reference to what was written in the letter. Harvey Levins, I've heard, I don't know if it was Harvey or somebody else, or maybe Mary Coleman. One of the people who had read the notes said, I think maybe multiple people said that they were well organized and well written and I think Harvey Levins said this, and coherent, and they very well written, they said. It didn't sound like ramblings or something. Now, Brian Enton just posted a YouTube video, but he hasn't posted any kind of major updates. Jimbo Slice says they probably used AI to write it. That's not, I have no idea, but that's not what I don't know, but that's not what the people who've seen it thought. Mr. Dorian Q says, I wonder if the note included information that shook the family. Sober Pal Grunt says, Harvey said it was a well-written, coherent letter. Was it handwritten? Nigel says, I don't know. By the way, thank you again to our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. We have Ruth is moderating. Leslie Ladyhawk is moderating. Thank you. LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Jay, Joanna, and Sarah, thank you. Also, Sketty Sandwich over there on Twitch. And over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley moderating over there. Thank you, Barry Eisler and Michael Clayton, for subscribing. Sam Rockhold, our viewer, says whoever did this needs the death penalty. Juliana Martin says what's really devastating to me is that the family is having to make statements so publicly. Yeah, I'm guessing they don't love doing this at all. I'm guessing they would prefer not to do that. And apparently they have no other way of communicating. So they have to do this out there in public. Latarsha Davis says, my heart breaks for this family. Latarsha said a neighbor saw the drone clip on television, and that's when she reported there was a camera on the roof. Daily Mail said that the neighbor also said a neighbor what did this say? The neighbor thought that that Nancy Guthrie's roof was suspiciously pristine looking, according to Daily Mail. She said if the roof was recoated, who's been there to do that work? So it was the idea she thought that maybe they should look into whoever did the work on the roof? Yeah, Daily Mail has this article where they talk to the neighbor, and the neighbor seems to think that, hey, maybe somebody working on the roof had something to do with this. I don't know. I have not seen any updates about anything since Fox News's Michael Ruiz said that some law enforcement was back at Annie's house. Corey Nagel thinks ChatGPT could write a really good grammatically correct ransom letter. I don't know if AI was used at all to write this letter. It didn't sound like, from what people who had seen the letter said, that they thought it was written by AI, but I don't know. Our viewer, Balbucci Joey, says, too many theories, yet none seem realistic. By the way, I'm assuming law enforcement has been looking into anyone who would have been working on the house recently. I can't imagine that that's not something they would look into. And then the neighbor says, oh, she had her roof done. And they're like, wow, we wouldn't even have thought of that. Now, maybe the neighbor gave them some new information, but it's certainly something they would look into, I'm sure. We're at about 4 hours since the family posted the message saying they will pay for Nancy's return. Whether it's dead or alive, I don't know. And 4 hours since then, there has not been any word at all from any law enforcement, local, national, not a peep, not a word, nothing. Not even an acknowledgement that this happened. Nothing. And remember, I will call your attention to what the Pima County Sheriff's Department said today. They said today, hold on. We currently do not have any press briefings scheduled for the Nancy Guthrie investigation. If something breaks, we will call one immediately and email our media partners as well as post here. Sheriff Nanos is also not granting any interviews at this time. Well, clearly something broke 4 hours ago. Nothing. And nothing from the FBI that I've seen either. We have an update. Okay, we have two updates from Fox News reporters right now. One of the viewers just mentioned they had posted, and I can see it myself. Thank you. News update. Sarah Rumpf-Witten of Fox News reports, at Annie Guthrie's home, we see what appears to be unmarked police vehicles at the scene. White flashes are visible coming from the garage, which appears to be investigators taking photographs. Michael Ruiz from Fox News says, just as I arrived at Annie Guthrie's home, investigators grabbed some kind of case from a police vehicle and brought it inside. So, I don't even know if anyone's staying at Annie Guthrie's home right now, but police who were there for 5 minutes last night have showed up at the house, and they are taking photographs in the garage and brought some sort of case inside. What that all means, I have no idea. And this is going on after the family 4 hours ago put out a note that they would pay. What's in the box, one of our viewers said, Tyler. Again, Michael Ruiz says that he just got to the Annie's house. Investigators grabbed some kind of case from a police vehicle and brought it inside. Also, Sarah Rumpf-Witten of Fox says there appear to be unmarked police vehicles at Annie Guthrie's home. White flashes are visible coming from the garage, which appears to be investigators taking photographs. What to make of all of this? Why are police at Annie Guthrie's house right now? Some of our viewers are wondering if Annie's husband could be a person of interest or something. I have no idea. what I need to do is take like 1 minute here. We're going to continue our live coverage. And what I'm going to do is I need 1 minute. All right, give me about 1 minute. I'm coming right back. In 1 minute, I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. We're back now. So just to update you, in the last few minutes, police have shown up at Annie Guthrie's house. Annie Guthrie is on the right there. She is Savannah's sister, Nancy's daughter. And according to Fox News, Michael Ruiz and Sarah, what's her name? Two Fox News reporters, Michael Ruiz and Sarah Rumpf Witten, report that right now there are police taking pictures in the garage at Annie's house. So again, there are police taking photos in the garage area of Annie's house right now. Also, Michael Ruiz from Fox said investigators grabbed some kind of case from a police vehicle and brought it inside the house. Why are police there right now at 8:30 p.m., roughly, 4 hours after the family members, including Annie, released a video saying they were going to pay, kind of a cryptic video, which some of our viewers think suggests that their mother might not even be alive. What is going on now? Why are police back at Annie's house? Good job by Fox covering the story, by the way. One of our viewers, Catbert, says, it's curious they keep circling around Annie and her house. Yeah, I don't know. Ohm's Law says, where is Annie's husband? And they're doing this tonight, but we still have no law enforcement comment on the family's video from over 4 hours ago. And why are they taking photos? One of our, Michael Clayton says, photos being taken at Annie's house, I find that very strange. Why are they taking photos there tonight? It's been just about a week ago is when Nancy Guthrie went missing. So tonight they're taking photos at Annie Guthrie's house in the garage area? I don't know. Oh, hold on a second here. Sarah Rumpf Witten said she saw a silver briefcase being taken from an unmarked white truck by law enforcement currently in Annie Guthrie's house. That's the same thing Michael Ruiz reported. Again, I just I reposted this on my X account. I'm going to have another cough drop here. Sorry. In a second. I'm coughing a lot, so once in a while I'm having a cough drop. Again, Sarah Rumpf Witten says, in addition to law enforcement at Annie Guthrie's house right now taking photos in the garage area, she saw what appeared to be a silver briefcase being taken from the unmarked white truck by law enforcement currently in Annie Guthrie's house. Yeah, Fox News has 2 reporters at the house, in the area of the house. They're the only ones I see reporting on this. Great reporting from them. Mildred says, must be DNA blood that would be compared to findings at Nancy's home. Oh, one of our viewers said that, excuse me. One of our viewers said JLR is at the house. JLR Investigates drove over there, I guess, and is doing a live stream from the house. Well, we'll see what happens next. At some point, law enforcement is going to comment on the family's video. That's not what I want. There we go, right here. Where's Brian Enton, says Sasta. Maybe he'll go over there. Excuse me. Again, I saw the doctor today and got some medicine, so I should be better in the coming days. Terrible. I don't think probably the talking for hours nonstop is not helping things. Okay, Sarah Rumpf Witten just posted another video. I'll post a link to it. She is from Fox. She said at Annie Guthrie's home. Oh my gosh, it's not supposed to. I'm not showing that. I'm not showing you the video. It was on the screen for a second, but I didn't play it. Sorry about that. Anyways, I posted a link to her video. I reposted her video. Yeah, Sarah Rumpf Witten says at Annie Guthrie's home, what appears to be unmarked police vehicles are there right now. White flashes are visible coming from the garage, which appears to be investigators taking photographs. I have no idea why they're there right now. String Theory thinks the ransom is a red herring. Marnie Pixley says, why again are they at Annie's house at night? No official announcement from law enforcement. Andrea says, where is Annie's husband? Kayla says, this is very suspicious to say the least. Chaz says, why weren't these searches conducted days ago? So again, law enforcement is back at Annie Guthrie's house. One of our viewers, Weasel, says we are at the breaking point. Woodpit says they probably got a tip and are collecting more evidence. For those who haven't seen it, I know a bunch of you have, but people come in and out of the stream, so I want to play it once in a while. Here is the video from the family that came out over 4 hours ago, and law enforcement has not commented on it at all.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Bethany Lynn says they look devastated. So again, law enforcement right now is at Annie Guthrie's house. They showed up there about 20 minutes ago. Fox News reports they're taking pictures in the garage area, or they have been. And also that they brought some kind of metal case inside the house, metal suitcase-like thing. Riley Broke says, is it a hoax? Well, she's been missing for a week. And this is, again, the police are at her house. It's about 4.25 hours since that video came out from the family. Short B driver thinks the briefcase they brought in was a table. We're just bringing you the latest developments here. Again, the latest. Hey guys. Brian Enton also reports, he's with News Nation. It appears that he just got there. Brian Enton says law enforcement appear to be at Annie Guthrie's house. Camera flashes are coming from inside windows. We'll upload videos soon. So, a bunch of press is there now at Annie Guthrie's house. And they're reporting camera flashes coming from inside the house. All of a sudden, they showed up there about 20 minutes ago. Desert Darlene says they're probably just documenting things. Connie thinks the silver case is a CSI field kit. Mystified Saint says, could they not get permission to search without a warrant? I don't know if they have some sort of new warrant. Yeah, I'll play the video again shortly. Michelle Lausen says, what could they be taking pictures of after 6 days? We are bringing you the latest updates, seeing what develops here. Again, no law enforcement comment after the family released this video saying they would pay. That video was released over 4 hours ago. What is going on with this whole situation? Possum Smile says, why wasn't this house processed for evidence 6 days ago? Thank you, I Am Charlie, and also Emma Pasquale, who thinks they are conducting a luminal test, a forensic test for cleaned fluids. Would explain the CSI kit. That's what Emma Pasquale thinks. Thanks, Hebrew Jerusalem Prince and John Smith. Also, Boomer Wow and 08 Davis. Yeah, 08 Davis, 08A Davis, Nancy Guthrie went missing last Saturday night. Between last Saturday night and last Sunday morning, she was dropped off at her house by family. She never showed up to church the next day, and she's been gone since then. So a week now, basically. And a little over 4 hours ago, the family, the children said they're going to pay the ransom or pay, but it wasn't clear from their video whether they think their mother is alive or dead. Thank you, Balls and Chains, who says, what if she gets released during Super Bowl hours? A number of our viewers have mentioned that some stuff with this case could develop during the Super Bowl. Is Annie a suspect now? The police have not said anyone is a suspect or a person of interest, at least publicly. Again, multiple outlets say police are at Annie Guthrie's home, one of the children of Nancy Guthrie, and they are taking photos and doing other activities. Police have not specifically said who drove Nancy home on Saturday night. They were asked that question in the last press conference. They did not specifically answer it. Chalisa says, why wasn't this done a week ago? Denny says, what investigators are doing on the scene now should have been started last Sunday and needed to include all family something or other. Was it vehicles? I didn't see. Sober Pal Grunt says, because new clues come in. Yes, this is live right now. We are live. We are bringing you the latest updates. Still nothing from law enforcement about the video from family. nothing from law enforcement about this video.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
And we've heard nothing after that from law enforcement, not even a comment on it. Havasu Brat thinks she's not paying. Citizen Z said this is very odd and fishy. Xmon says celebrate. Some people in our audience think it's celebration of life like a funeral ceremony. She also said this is the only way we'll have peace. Michael Jin says, this reminds me of John Benet Ramsey when the police kept looking into the dad. Charm Accent says, the more I hear, the sadder I feel. Oh. Antoinette found a post that seemed to suggest that a statement was made to ABC News. Hang on a moment here. From the county. Yes, a spokesperson for the Pima Sheriff said to ABC News, we are aware of the video posted by the Guthrie family, but we don't have any additional information to share. A spokesperson for Pima Sheriff said in a statement to ABC News on Saturday, following the release of the latest video from the family. So they didn't even post that on their social media. But thanks to our viewer for mentioning that article. Again, Pima County Sheriff spokesperson said, we are aware of the video posted by the Guthrie family, but don't have any additional information to share. They didn't even post that on their social media, though. It's they said it to ABC News. Thanks again to our viewer who sent that in. I appreciate you letting me know. Black Irish says, we don't know who has been contacting the family and local media asking for the payment. Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee. It's, as I said earlier, it's not guaranteed that whoever has been writing these notes has her, or has her now. We don't know. Supposedly, according to Harvey Levin, the first ransom note mentioned the location of the Apple Watch, of her Apple Watch inside the house. So that might be pretty good information for that person to have, which suggests that they were there during the kidnapping, but we don't know for sure. We also don't know if these notes are telling the truth. Andrew Broadwater also mentioned to me that ABC News article. Thanks, Andrew. So to repeat, police are out at Annie Guthrie's house right now. They have been reportedly taking photos there and doing other police activity at the house. They showed up, I want to say, about 45 minutes or an hour ago. I can't tell you why they're there. Some police showed up for 5 minutes there last night and then left. And there's been, there's that one ABC News. ABC News got a comment from Pima County Sheriff saying, we are aware of the video posted by the Guthrie family, but we don't have any additional information to share. But no comment no substantive comment from law enforcement on the new video from family tonight. Thank you, Magna Carta USA, and also Ellie Betts, who says, I hope this ends up being an inside job. Crazy to think people are just snatching grandmas like this. Hope she is safe. Thank you, Jason Bewley and Nick Rose. Our viewer Tiff K thinks the case is about to break. Strong Tower says strangers don't snatch grandmas. Did the family already pay whatever the ransom is that they mentioned? They said, well, we will pay. Has that happened yet? Has the family paid? About 4.5 hours ago, the family came out with this video saying, we will pay. Have they paid? We don't know. Did they just post the video and pay? Were they waiting for a response after they said, we will pay? Or did they just pay it right after? Or did they just not pay? Plorxium says could take a while to get that kind of money together, which I understand. At the same time, supposedly there's a very serious Monday deadline. Darren says, how's the family going to get the money to the kidnappers? In the first ransom note, there was a Bitcoin address, so I don't know if they're going to use that. I also don't know is, after the police are done at Annie Guthrie's house, are they just going to not say anything and leave? Our viewer, Rocket City, said Whale Alert account said about 2 hours ago that there was $56 million in Bitcoin transferred from Robinhood to unknown wallet. I don't know if that has anything to do with this. I honestly don't know. They post about big transfers a lot on that at whale_alert. I don't know if there's anything to do with this. Thank you, Rocket City. Thank you, Nick Rose. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, JLR Investigates has a live camera outside of, he's showing outside of the house of Annie's house, which some of you mentioned. So you can go over there and watch it. Our viewer OGG Web says that's what Whale Alert does. Anytime there's a huge crypto transfer, they post it. I don't know that that has anything related to this. Our viewer Mary says obviously the silence from the sheriff and FBI is a strategic move. I would, there's got to be something going on right now. The family comes out with a video. They say they're going to pay. That's 4.5. It's over 4.5 hours ago, and no kind of substantive comment on it from federal or local law enforcement. It just seems like there's all kinds of stuff that must be going on. I don't think everybody's sitting around at their desk doing nothing. So we don't know what's happening right now. We're just in this vacuum. But it just seems too weird to not have, law enforcement talking about this. I also wonder if there might be press who might have heard something about what's going on, but feel that they can't talk about it. I mean, if you're press and you get some sort of leak right now, you might think, if I report this, I might mess this whole thing up, right? It's very sensitive. So I could certainly see it in the same way that the press did not release the actual content of those letters. It's possible that there's some reporters who've heard more and they just feel that they can't talk about it. I don't know, though. Unseen Sanity says something is about to go down. Illume says the son-in-law could be in custody being questioned. I haven't heard any reporting about that's happening. Something like that could be happening. I haven't heard no reporting suggesting it's happening. Again, I am just looking for different updates here. As soon as I hear anything, I will let you know. You know, one thing I know some of our viewers have talked about this. Is there any chance that this message saying we will pay is some sort of just fake message? Some of our viewers think that the FBI has some kind of plan. So just because you see the family saying we will pay, that does not mean that's what's going to happen. I have no idea. Explicit thinks they probably have a sting operation set up. Another question is, could the FBI, could a law enforcement plan include them paying as part of a plan? Even if they do pay, it doesn't mean there's not some sort of law enforcement plan. Amy Clark thinks they're trying to flush out the suspect. Lots of pressure on him to force an error. Wall Street says, I hope the FBI gets them. I'm rooting for them. Sharkingly says, I would pay and use that as a way to try to track them down. MD77 says, that's what I believe. Pay to catch. Ewoks thinks the Bitcoin can be followed. Sarah Montgomery said they could pay and get nothing back. Okay, Brian Enton just posted a video from outside the house. Annie Guthrie's house, one of Nancy Guthrie's children. Brian Enton on X posted it. I'm going to listen to it here, but I just reposted it on my X account. Hang on, I'm looking it up right here. Brian said, hold on, 1 sec. Yeah, like a number of other reporters, Brian Enton says that he has seen camera flashes from inside Annie Guthrie's house, where there's 2 law enforcement vehicles there. Interestingly, Brian Enton said, he said, we don't know that anyone is at the house like Annie or Annie's husband or Savannah Guthrie. I don't know if anyone's just not staying there. He said, we don't know if anyone is here. I mean, obviously the police are there. Yeah, that was basically Brian's update, Brian Enton. He said that they're taking pictures inside, law enforcement. There's some lights on now, law enforcement's inside. But he doesn't even know if any of the family is there right now. He said he was told they weren't, but he's not positive. I don't know. Lori Hawkins says they appear to be taking a lot of pictures, long time. Yeah, they've been in there for a little while now. We Sleuth thinks Bitcoin is untraceable if done correctly using VPNs. I don't know about the traceability of Bitcoin myself. We're approaching almost 5 hours since the Guthrie family released, the Guthrie siblings released a video saying that they were going to pay. A video that it was a bit unclear whether they thought their mother was still alive or not. And it's almost 5 hours since that video has been released. And there's basically been nothing from law enforcement. There's one quote from an ABC News article said the Pima County Sheriff said they have no comment on the matter, basically. But that's it. So what is going on? Some law enforcement for around the last hour has been taking pictures at the house of Annie Guthrie. Ether Line says Bitcoin is definitely traceable. Yeah, I'm trying to play the video once in a while because I know a number of people have not seen the video. So let's play the video again. I'm trying to play it periodically.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Again, a number of our viewers look at that and think that their mother is not alive. That video's from about 5 hours ago, guys. Did they pay yet? Raylan Givens thinks you can't pay, never negotiate. And I haven't heard any update from, like, I know Fox News has some reporters at the house. And Brian Enton is there, and we basically heard that there's some law enforcement at Annie Guthrie's house taking pictures and doing some stuff inside the house. We don't know why. We don't know why. And we just have heard, like, nothing from law enforcement. We're almost 5 hours from when that video was posted, guys. This is such a strange situation right now and disturbing. Casten Rose says, why are they at the daughter's house? We do not know. Thank you, Big E18, who says son-in-law is into dark heavy metal. Again, thank you. The authorities have not said that they have a suspect or a person of interest at this point. Cat's Eye Walktel says, have they paid yet? We have absolutely no idea. We have no idea if they have paid yet. Our viewer Ben thinks they did not pay yet. That's what Ben thinks. Reportedly, the ransom requested payment in Bitcoin. Steve Jones, our viewer, says nothing is untraceable in 2026. How is, again, it's at some point we're going to hear something from law enforcement, something. We are about 5 hours now since the family posted that they would pay. About 5 hours now. What is going on with this situation? Five hours ago. How much is the ransom? TMZ had said it was several $1 million in Bitcoin. We don't know what it is. We don't know if it's been paid. KT Noon thinks it's been too quiet. D Bantone says, I think we will hear something soon. real quick here. Okay, guys, I have an update from Michael Ruiz of Fox News. He writes, he is at Annie Guthrie's house. He says, "We haven't seen any activity in the garage for some time, but now an interior light has been turned on in the opposite side of the house. No one has come out yet of the house. Also unclear that the home is occupied by anyone but law enforcement right now." That's Annie Guthrie's house. It is unclear that anyone else is there except for law enforcement. Why are they there, says Bubba. We do not know. Jason D, thank you. Jason is wondering if it's odd that the reward was around $50,000, but they are willing to pay the ransom. So I understand what you're saying, but the family was not offering the reward. So the FBI was offering the reward, as far as I'm aware. So I think what Jason is saying is something like, well, if the families weren't willing to pay the ransom and it's millions of dollars, wouldn't they want to up the reward? I don't know what kind of consultations they had with police. Maybe police suggested to them that they didn't think it was a good idea to raise the reward. I don't know. I understand the question, but I don't know what the thinking was about the reward. For all I know, there was some kind of thinking that it shouldn't go that high. It's a fair question. Thank you, Jason D, and I appreciate the question. Thank you also, Ethereal Planets. Ethereal Planets. One of our viewers, Armanda, says it's odd that this is all being said in front of the world to see. Thank you, Reflect Studios, who says there is increased traffic at pizza shops near the Pentagon in the last hour or so. I mean, all I can tell you is there have been numerous cases in recent months when the sites that track Pentagon pizza outlets have said that there is more than usual traffic at pizza outlets near the Pentagon, and nothing has happened. So I have no reason to think right now that that is happening, that means something big is happening soon. Also, reportedly, Prime Minister Netanyahu is coming to the U.S. to meet Trump to discuss the Iran situation, which is he is coming reportedly on Wednesday. So, I mean, if that's happening, that would suggest that you're not going to get military action before then. There's also reporting that the U.S. and Iran are going to keep negotiating. So, again, I haven't looked at the Pentagon Pizza Report site you're talking about tonight, but at the same time, there have certainly been numerous times in recent weeks when the site said the pizza ordering was elevated near the Pentagon and no military action happened. I'll keep an eye on things, though. Hey, thanks so much, Reflect Studios. I appreciate it. I appreciate you watching Reflect Studios. I am not seeing any other reporting suggesting that Iran military action is imminent right now. You never know, but I'm just not seeing it. It is now over 5 hours since the family came out with their video saying they would pay, and we have still heard nothing substantive from law enforcement about this. What is going on? Some law enforcement has been at Annie Guthrie's house for like an hour or so. But reportedly, none of the family is at Annie Guthrie's house. They've been taking some pictures there. In case you haven't seen it, here is the video.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
This is very valuable to us, they say. Yeah, guys, as I said, some of you might be watching the stream nonstop, but many people come in and out of the stream. So once in a while, I am replaying the video because people haven't seen it. I'm sorry if you've seen it before, but I hope you will understand that not everybody is sitting and watching the entire stream, and we have plenty of people coming in and out of the stream. So I do play it every so often so people can see it. Brian Enton just posted. I am the BMP mentioned this, thanks. Brian Enton just posted, said flashes are still going off in Annie Guthrie's house, and there's still photos being taken. Still photos being taken in Annie Guthrie's house right now. Brian Enton just posted that. They have now been at Annie, police have now been at Annie Guthrie's house for over an hour. What are they doing there? Yes, I agree. I think the video is, I mean, it's really distressing, but also it is interesting to watch again just to see what they're saying and try to figure out what's going on here, because we don't know. You know, do police think that maybe, I think some of our viewers maybe think that police might think that the mother was taken to Annie's house or something? Do they think that the mother was taken there before she went missing or something? I don't know. I mean, what are they doing? They're doing something there. And I forget, was that the house? I mean, was she over that house? She was with family before she went missing. And I can't remember exactly. Did police say that she was at Annie's house before? We covered this. I just don't remember it. But my point is, do they think that after she was missing, she was taken back to that house? Yeah, people are saying that she was at the house before she went missing. But again, I mean, they're there now, taking pictures. Rhiannon thinks they're collecting evidence at the house. Paulette says maybe she never left that house. Well, I mean, again, they did find her blood at her house, remember? They found her blood at the house. They say, if you want to get very, conspiratorial, you could say someone left her blood at the house. Is there any world in which they would accuse someone who lives at Annie Guthrie's house of doing this? Yeah, Old Man Yells at Cloud says, let's not jump to conclusions. I have no idea what happened. I just know that they've been over at Annie's house for over an hour now, taking a lot of pictures. That lazy one thinks it's an inside job, not a random attack. Fantasy says whoever took her seemed to know all about the cameras. It has now been well over 5 hours since this video came out. We really haven't heard anything from law enforcement since it came out. What is going on? Thank you, Ozark Crafted Bites, who says, could they be looking for cameras there? If this was a cartel kidnapping, they could have been watching family. Thanks also Gerald Tien, who says, whoever took Nancy knew the surveillance system wouldn't record him. That says a lot in my opinion. Thank you, Gleggy. Gleggy says, so wait, is Annie involved here? Well, no, we don't. Yeah, we don't know if we have no idea. I mean, is Annie, and I believe Annie and her husband live at the house, or normally would be at the house. I don't know that anyone's living there right now. But yeah, we just don't know right now why they're at this house taking pictures tonight. And they've been there over an hour. Thank you, Gleggy. Also, Dusky 10 FPS and Sketty Sandwich on Twitch. Shout out to our moderators, by the way. We have moderating right now on Twitch the Bears, Idaho Star, J. Joanne, and Mark HNC. Matthew Kohai and Sarah, thank you. Also on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, thanks. Charlotte Webb. Paul Anderson might be over there. Thanks to all of our moderators on Facebook. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Roberts May Queen, Ruth on YouTube. Really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you. Lazy Dennis says the deafening silence is telling, getting fishier by the minute. Bran thinks the police are taking pictures of blood that was picked up by luminol. Sam San Solo says smells like an inside job. Linda Ferg points out that the background in the first response video is different from the background in the second response video. That is true. I mean, I don't know why that is. It's just maybe they're not staying where they were staying a week ago or a few days ago. But thanks, Linda, for pointing that out. We're at about 5 hours and 20 minutes since this video was released. Wow. And we have just heard basically nothing from law enforcement since then. What is happening? I have seen no reports about anyone getting arrested. Kiwi NZ says, when Savannah said, "We understand," it seems like the kidnapper said something to her. Possibly they were saying something about Nancy's status. Yeah, remember, we don't know what they're responding to in this. We don't know if they're responding to the message from yesterday, if they're responding to a new message today, and if there was one, and what might have been said. They're clearly responding to specific things that the notes, communication they've gotten has said, but we don't know what. I'm sure what they said might make a lot more sense if we had the notes. We also still don't know if this message saying they will pay is a genuine statement that they're going to pay or part of some kind of, say, law enforcement trap or something. But what we do know is that their mother has been missing for a week. Brian Enton, I think some of you guys were hearing it on JLR's stream. Brian Enton says there's a lot of coyotes making noise around Annie Guthrie's house. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Thanks, Mummytown. Yeah, so Fox News said that earlier today the sheriff was at a basketball game. They said that this video of the Guthrie family was posted shortly after that game ended. Look, as I said before, I'm not going to really judge anybody on that. I'm sure the sheriff has been really stressed out and working hard, and maybe he had his reason to want to take some time out and go to a basketball game. But again, Fox News did say that this video did not come out during the game, but after the game. Anyways, Fox News reported it if you want to go see it there. I guess I just don't know enough about any of the specifics to really judge anyone. But I appreciate you mentioning it, Mummytown. Thanks. Yeah, we talked about that a bit earlier, Mummytown. Thank you. I mean, I think if this video came out and then Sheriff went to the basketball game, that would seem a little odd. But again, Fox News says that this video came out after he was at the game. Ghost Orb says he thinks the video is them begging for their mother's body. What is happening? Yes, no details on payment, says U.S. Rights and Freedoms. We do not know if they have paid. They said 5.5 hours ago they were paying. We haven't basically heard anything since then. Law enforcement hasn't said anything. I'm going to have to start timing out people for posting stuff in the chat that's just that there's no sourcing from it. And I do get upset when people post stuff in the chat that I find very misleading, and it's not based on, there's no reporting about it, and I'm going to start timing people out if I see that stuff. I don't want stuff in the chat that's really going to mislead a lot of other people in the chat, so I'm going to have to start doing that. You know, if you have you better say your source. If you have some big new update, you better say your source if we're not seeing it reported anywhere. Our viewer, Brian Chai, thinks they are very, very close to finding out. I mean, it would certainly seem that something is happening, but we don't know what. Hold on a second here. Oh, guys, Michael Ruiz from Fox News just posted 4 minutes ago saying there are still flashes going on at Annie Guthrie's house. Police have been there for over an hour. They've been taking photos for over an hour, it seems like. There are still flashes going on at Annie Guthrie's house. Police are still taking pictures there. I need 1 minute. Get some more water here and take a second. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back, and we'll continue our coverage in 1 minute. Hold on. Thank you for your patience. Excuse me. It has been 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours since Nancy Guthrie's children announced that they were going to pay. And we have heard basically nothing from law enforcement since then. Nothing. Nothing. And we don't know what's going on. For over an hour now, some police have been at Annie Guthrie, she's on the right there, Annie Guthrie's house, taking photos and doing perhaps other things. But currently it's not believed that any of the family is at Annie Guthrie's house. Hang on a moment here. We do not know if the family has paid. We don't know if the family has paid. Let's again look at what they said in their video.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Yes, a number of our viewers think that what the family said there makes it sound like the mother might not be alive. A number of our viewers think that. They talk about this is the only way we will have peace. Hang on a moment here. Okay. Evie says, this is very valuable to us, sounds so off. Right. They do say celebrate with her. Some of our viewers think that means a celebration of life at a funeral. I don't know. I'm pretty shocked that we have not heard anything at this point. If you had told me that they were going to come out with this video and that over 5.5 hours later there would be no kind of comment on it by law enforcement, I would not have believed you. I haven't even heard any new reporting from media about what's going on. I mean, we've heard that we know police are at Annie's house, but I mean like anything besides that people can see because they're there. Comrade Davis says, I'm so confused by all of this. Maybe it'll turn out she's alive. I don't know. I hope so. Some of our viewers are concerned that them paying a ransom could lead to more kidnappings. Olin McKinney says media is very quiet. I don't know if that's because media doesn't know anything. Maybe there's some local media maybe there's some media, local or national, who does know something and they feel like they can't say it because it might mess things up. I have no idea, but it's unbelievable. It's over 5.5 hours since the video came out. At some point, are we going to get like a press release from somebody or something? Swanson says, I really hope she's returned. This is so heartbreaking. Yeah, we talked about this earlier, as Gadsden Gem mentioned. Harvey Levin from TMZ said the ransom note said that, if I remember right, he said the ransom note said that that after the ransom was paid, she would be back in a manner, I believe he said several hours. Sorry, she would be back in around several hours, I believe it was. That's my recollection of what Harvey Levin said that the notes. I can try to pull it up here, not just for me to watch it myself, but hang on. I just want to go over exactly what he said when he was talking to Hannity. Is that it? Oops. Maybe that's the wrong interview. That might be the wrong interview with him where he talked about it. Maybe it's when Harvey Levin was talking to Erin Burnett. Maybe that's when he said the thing about several hours. Oops, let me look here. Give me a second. That doesn't help. $12 hours? I don't remember him giving a specific of a number of hours. Hang on a moment here. Ooh, I think I found it. Oopsie. I found the clip here that I was trying to find. I think. It's not working right. All right, let me take some more comments from you guys. I'm sorry. I know I saw a video with Harvey Levin where he talked about how that the ransom letter mentioned that after the ransom was paid, if it was paid, they would get her back like in a certain number of hours, I believe it was. And he said that suggested to him that they weren't that far away because they weren't going to fly on a plane with her and they weren't going to drive at 100 miles an hour with her. So he said if you just did the math and you figured how far could they drive in this amount of time, they're not that far away. But I don't remember what he said about the specific amount of time. Trezilla says it might be one of the search radius videos. Yeah, he talked about a search radius, and I didn't even see it. I didn't even see that graphic or whatever. Anyways, It might have been on Hannity. I don't remember. I watched a couple of them last night. So, anyways. So I was just trying to pull it up here. Still nothing new. Songbird says, Harvey didn't say any specific time, I don't think. I didn't hear him say a specific time. Our viewer, Sherry Marshall, says, if pictures are being taken in Annie's house, which reportedly they are, and garage, then the FBI must think there's evidence there to be found. Juliana Martin says, does anyone feel like it's weird that the FBI, I'm guessing it's FBI, is doing their search at Annie's home at night? Savannah's in the middle there. Annie is on the right. Did he mention a 12-hour time frame? Hold on. I'm not going to worry about it. Maybe he said different things in different interviews. McWims says celebration of life is another way to say funeral. Lisa says, I have always thought a family member was involved. Desert Darlene says, I don't think paying the ransom will do anything. Nathaniel Lee sent me this clip, but I have to pull it up here. I'm going to mute myself for 1 second. Give me 1 moment. One moment. Yeah, I mean, I was sent a clip from Nathaniel Lee where Harvey Levin said they were based. He thought he were based in Tucson, but it wasn't the clip of him talking about the part of the note that said they'll be returned, that she would be returned in a certain amount of time. We're getting close. We're at almost 6 hours since this video from the family came out saying they would pay. Brian Antin reports, Brian says he believes, is this true? Brian says he thinks that investigators have been inside Annie Guthrie's house almost 3 hours. That seems a little long to me unless they were there before we heard about it. Maybe they were there earlier and we didn't know about it. I thought we first heard about it about an hour and a half or 2 hours ago. Anyways, Brian says he believes that investigators have been inside Annie Guthrie's house for almost 3 hours. Yeah, I'll play the video again in a second. I'm playing it every once in a while. Hang on.
Looked at
Give me 1 second.
and
Hang on. I was going to check out Brian's video. Brian posted a video update. Brian Enton from the Annie's house moments ago. He said not much has changed outside of Annie's house. He said there's 3 cars at Annie's house from law enforcement. It's not clear what agency they're from. He talks about how they've been taking photos while they're there. He says they've been in different parts of Annie's house tonight taking photos, Brian Enton says. One moment. Yeah, so Brian Enton says he doesn't think that anyone from the family is staying at that house now. The first video that they made was actually made there, that the siblings made. And he says they've been taking pictures all over the house tonight, law enforcement. As to why they went there tonight, I have no idea. And as to why they're there hours after this video came out from the family saying they would pay, I have no idea. I don't know if there's any kind of new search warrant for the house. We have no idea. Jack Nimble, Jack Be Quick says, what is with the constant back and forth to the house? They were there for 5 minutes last night. Yes, not a cat lady. Brian Enton says it is believed that no one is staying at Annie's house right now. Michael Ruiz from Fox News says, why would you go back to take photographs in the dead of night? One of our viewers was mentioning that, who thought it was strange they were over there at night rather than during the day. Oh, I see it. Guys, Harvey Levin. Thank you. One of the viewers mentioned this. Thanks for mentioning this. If you go to TMZ, I'll post the link. You can see Harvey Levin has, there's a video of him with a map with a circle around Tucson. And it shows where he thinks that she might be being held, given that the ransom note said, I think something like she'll be returned in a certain number of hours. And if you go to the link TMZ, you can see their overall page about this. Their front. If you go to TMZ and you click on the story and you go to their main page about the Nancy Guthrie story, he's sitting there and he has a ring around Tucson. Like there's a Tucson and then there's a circle. And it's like a bunch of Mexico, some of Texas, all of New Mexico, some of Colorado, all of Utah, it looks like, and a bunch of Nevada and California. And all of Baja California. So, I mean, it looks to me like we're talking about hundreds of miles, several hundred miles. But he was saying that's where he's saying that they must be in that circle, because if they're going to return her within a certain number of hours. Yeah, roughly speaking, that radius is about 600 miles or so. I don't know if he said it was 12 hours, but it looks like about maybe 600 miles or so. So if that's what he's saying, if you just do the math, then it sounds like he's saying something like they'll return her in 10 or 12 hours once the ransom is paid. Now, if the family paid the ransom after doing this video, I mean, this video is about 6 hours old. No, he is saying that based on what the ransom note said. Can I play this without making noise? Let's see. Mute tab, caption, English, time frame. If you look at the time frame, Harvey Levin said, you can draw a circle around Tucson to see how long it would take to get her back. I'm watching the video right now. I think Callie Voltaire sent me this video too. Hey guys, it looks like JLR's stream is showing one of the law enforcement trucks is leaving Annie's house. Because JLR Investigates stream is showing that right now. Or is it leaving, or is it just turning around? Let's see. Yeah, it looks like one of the trucks is leaving. Was that a Pima Sheriff's Department? Was that local law enforcement? He just drove by. Was it a Pima County Sheriff's person? I don't know. So one of the vehicles just left. Yeah, it looked like a Pima County Sheriff officer. So I think there's 2 vehicles still there. But JLR was just showing that. And JLR Investigates stream on YouTube. Oh, JLR said it was deputy guy. I mean, that certainly looked to be the uniform. Now, there's 2 other vehicles still there. Oh, Michael Ruiz says, officer just exited with the same white case he brought in earlier, also carrying a brown bag. That is from Michael Ruiz. Officer just exited with the same white case brought in earlier, also carrying a brown bag. Austin says you could see the Pima County Sheriff patch on as he drove off on his arm. Michael Ruiz says that multiple officers are still inside Annie Guthrie's house, where they have been for several hours. But one, it looked to be a Pima County Sheriff's deputy possibly, has left. Oh, hold on. JLR Investigates is also showing. It looks like another vehicle's about to leave, guys. Looks like there's 2 law enforcement vehicles still there, and one of them is leaving right now, I think. It looks like. Yeah, it certainly looks like one of the 2 remaining vehicles is leaving. Are they all just leaving right now? I'm looking on JLR's stream to try to see who's driving this car, and I couldn't see the Oh, one of the viewers said the second one is a female deputy. And that car is about to leave right now. But I can't see inside the vehicle. It would be interesting if it's all local and not FBI. All right, car 2 of 3, law enforcement vehicle 2 of 3 appears to be leaving. Law enforcement vehicle 2 of 3 has left Annie Guthrie's house. That is via the JLR Investigate stream. And there is one vehicle left there. And it looks to me, hey, I think it said sheriff. Guys, didn't I just see the person get into the car on JLR stream that says sheriff? Was it all county sheriff there? Is that what happened? It wasn't federal? It's all. Is that true? I want to try to get confirmation of that. But that's very interesting. Was it all county sheriff? Huh. I just didn't see who the second one was. I was assuming this was federal law enforcement. I believe federal was there last night for like 5 minutes. Wow. Chris Widdefer says he's been watching and believes it's all sheriffs. Wow. All right, the third of the 3 vehicles is leaving now from Annie Guthrie's house, guys. So, how about that? Yes, the last of the 3 vehicles is leaving Annie Guthrie's house. At least 2 of the 3 vehicles had county sheriff's deputies in them. They're gone. That's it. Police have left the house. Police have now left Annie Guthrie's house. They were there for several hours. They took a bunch of pictures. There's none left there as far as we can tell. As far as I can tell. Wow. By the way, a quick thanks to Y Chin. Hey, thanks so much, Y Chin. I appreciate it. And also Christopher Von Hoff. Spud Wrench 34. Thank you, Spud Wrench 34. Christopher. I appreciate it. So the police have left. Michael Ruiz with Fox News says, officers just left Annie Guthrie's house. No word on what they did inside other than take photos for about 2.5 hours. Kat Marie thinks it's a late night nothing burger. Well, I mean, it's been now over 6 hours since the family said they would pay. Brian Enton says the last deputy came out wearing blue gloves. Again, they were there about 2.5 hours. Why did they go there tonight for 2.5 hours? Laura says, I believe the case broke tonight. Maybe they got a break in the case, says J.D. Crow. James says, I think the next update is going to be the big one. Steve says something is definitely up. We Sleuth thinks there will be an arrest tomorrow. Now remember, Harvey Levin seemed to suggest that it would be about 10 or 12 hours. Harvey Levin seemed to suggest, if I'm reading him right, that the ransom note said, pay the ransom and she'll be returned within like 10 or 12 hours. It's been 6 hours or so since this message came out about paying the ransom. Hang on. Yeah, guys, Harvey Levin he literally has seen the ransom note. He read it. That's why I'm mentioning him, because he's seen the note. Tim says, is 12 hours the time you can't reverse a Bitcoin payment? I don't know about that. I don't know how long it takes to get added to the blockchain. Gemini AA said it usually takes about 10 minutes for a transaction to get added to the blockchain, and that they cannot be reversed. Not 12 hours. It's just incredible that the family came out over 6 hours ago saying we're going to pay, and we have not heard anything from law enforcement about it. It's silence. They're not commenting on it. Think about that. N17 says it is weird. Turkey says, I have a feeling the lady is gone and the ransom letters are a hoax. Supposedly, the ransom letter gave details about what was in the house. Janet says, I think they think she was killed at Annie's house. I have no idea. I don't know what the police have in mind. Our viewer Laura said 10 minutes for Bitcoin to be added to the blockchain. I like to periodically show this just because people I know come into the stream and they haven't seen it. Here is what the family said over 6 hours ago. Over 6 hours ago, guys. I have to refresh this again. Hold
on. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Voristic thinks it's a bluff video. Tatsiki says, this is very valuable to us is such a weird statement to make. Elise View thinks she's gone and they know it. Christian thinks a family member is behind it. Princess Kitty says this is all so bizarre. C.B. McCarty thinks kidnappers will soon pay prison time. Thank you, You So Serious, who thinks the person from the first ransom note was flipped by detectives and possibly told them they were paid to make the note. That's what You So Serious says. Thank you, You So Serious. I appreciate it. Also, Red Pants Project, thank you, and Bunny Girl, and Susan Mann, and Boomer Wow. Boomer Wow says, in what situation could they be taking pictures for an hour and it's not because there's copious evidence that they did it? Thanks, Mummy22, who says, totally not judging the sheriff. You're saying for going to the basketball game tonight before the video came out? Just wondering if it's all part of the plan to catch the person responsible. Thanks also to Sevenfold, who says, so many wild theories and speculations with zero concrete facts. Thanks also one video game dude who says, hoping she is okay. Can't imagine what the family must be going through. Yeah, and as a number of our viewers have pointed out, this family having to post all this stuff publicly. Thank you, Are You Trying It Out, who says, 66 homicides in Pima County in 2024. Sheriff can't quit life every time something happens. Thank you, Lo Lomo. Hold on. Lisa Kurz thinks we'll know something tomorrow. One of the Lolomo said that A&E just recently premiered a police reality series focusing on the Pima County Sheriff's Department, but it was filmed last year. It's already Sunday here, where I am. Juju Be Mad thinks if they found something at Annie's, they would have closed the scene, called forensics, etc. They wouldn't just leave the scene. Julia says, could an arrest just happen and we're not knowing it? Yeah, by the way, KGUN, which is a local outlet, says that that all of the police at Annie's house were Pima County Sheriff's deputies and not FBI. Yeah, I certainly understand why people think, hey, if the police are over there taking all these pictures at the house, might they suspect that somebody at the house might have been involved in this? But I also understand what our viewer said about, well, if they found like evidence of a body there, would they just leave? Right? So I understand. It's confusing. Also, why are they over there at night taking these photos? But does it have something to do with the fact that this is like 6 hours after this video came out? Matt Yeager thinks something sinister is going on here. Russ Spitz says there could have been an anonymous tip. Aggie thinks it was done by professionals and that the FBI would have gotten a family member days ago. Thank you to JJ Redskins, who says, I don't believe authorities would be wearing gloves at a victim's family member's home unless they believe they were dealing with criminal evidence. Thank you also, Blue Fudge and Big Fat Orange Cat Monty. And Deegan Champ. Deegan, I talked about that earlier, Deegan. Deegan talked about Iran and Pentagon pizza surge. Again, there's numerous sites that track pizza orders near the Pentagon. Multiple times in recent weeks, they have said that pizza orders are up near the Pentagon and there's been no attack on Iran. So I have heard nothing to suggest that an attack on Iran is imminent right now. That's the best I can say. I appreciate you mentioning it, but it is certainly not a fail-safe. It's certainly not a what's the best way to say it? It is certainly not a guaranteed indicator. And again, I just am hearing no reporting suggesting that an attack on Iran is imminent right now. Who knows? But thank you to Deegan Champ. Katie Bat says, weird that they didn't address their mom in the second video. No hope left, maybe. A sad situation all around. Thanks, Katie Bat. A number of our viewers have talked about how in this video, unlike the previous one they all did, they did not directly address their mother. Thanks also to Alex Soto. And You Are Not Alone. Yeah, a number of our viewers, like You Are Not Alone, talk about how the son and daughter closed their eyes during Return Her to Us. Well, a number of our viewers thought that, at the start of the video, Annie has her eyes closed. A number of our viewers think that she looks like she's really, maybe thinking the worst in this video. Thank you, Jeremy West. Again, it's such a crazy situation right now with all this, and really distressing and worrying, but also just crazy that this video is now about 6.5 hours old and we just have nothing from law enforcement about it at all. Thanks also Barry Seinfeld. It just seems that something must be happening behind the scenes. We don't even know if they've actually paid the ransom. User says, if the house were a crime scene, would there not be tape and would they just leave? It is now 10:53 p.m. local time in this area. Is all of Arizona on that time? Most of Arizona is on Mountain Time. That's what I just looked up. The Navajo Nation, says Google, in the northeastern part of the state is the only part that observes daylight saving time. Daylight saving time. I haven't heard that law enforcement is back at Nancy's house. I haven't seen any kind of reporting on that. Again, we have no idea if they have paid the ransom. Have they paid the ransom? I think we have no idea. We're at this point that something could happen at any time, or you might not hear anything for like 10 hours, or you might hear something in 5 minutes. We're just at this point. You know, once they release a video where they say they're going to pay, you know, then you're at the point where really anything could happen. We're just not going to know until it does. Cat Dog thinks they paid the ransom and got a response as to where to find her. Here again is what they said about 6.5 hours ago.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
J-Back says celebrate. Our viewer J.J. Mills says they were told what to say and do. Michelle says, seems like the mother is not alive and they want to do a celebration of life. Cav says, the family does not speak to their mom in the new video. Melina Darling says, very strange wording. Julie Shields says, they're trying to say something without saying it. Music says, it does sound like they were advised how to come across. Valerie says, so the Guthries are paying millions in Bitcoin? We don't know. We have no idea. Callie Voltaire thinks they talk about their mom as an object. Thank you, Charm Accents, for moderating. And Ruth is still there moderating. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, and Nisha over on X. On Facebook, Charlotte Webb, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Huge thanks. And also our Twitch moderators. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Also, Hare Sharfy, thanks on Twitch. Kim Staten says, if it were a celebration of life, I would think they would have said celebrate her and not celebrate with her. Kelsey LeBlanc thinks it sounds like they admitted she passed away, but just want the body. Julian, one of our viewers said, can you talk about the gas station where the person of interest was spotted? Well, there's no official person of interest, to be clear. Juliana Martin said that. You know, today, earlier today, Fox News had a report that said that police had been to a gas station, which we had actually heard yesterday. Where is it here? Now I can't even find it. Is it still up? Yeah, so Michael Ruiz of Fox News said local detectives in the FBI. Local detectives in the FBI, he posted today, have canvassed the area between the two Guthrie homes in search of video of an unidentified male. The first description we're hearing of a potential person of interest. I didn't hear anything more about that. So again, Fox News was reporting today that there was a potential person of interest, but I haven't heard of anything about that anywhere. That was like 12 hours ago, and I heard nothing about it. We had told you that yesterday NBC News said that police had been to a gas station to on some sort of tip, and that NBC News yesterday said police were looking for a vehicle or vehicles, what did I mention yesterday? That Circle K said that Chloe Atkins posted a statement from Circle K. Chloe Atkins was NBC News. Circle K said, well, part of their statement was, law enforcement visited one of our stores located on Oracle Road in Tucson after receiving a tip regarding a vehicle of interest, and our team has provided them access to the store's surveillance video. I haven't heard about anything about that since. Voristic says, I hate to be negative. It will be hard to track this person. Hope they did something dumb. MT Beer Can says, the way she said celebrate, some could assume it meant a celebration of life, aka a funeral. Afromatic said, I thought Trump had a solution. Was this it? Trump said he thought that there was a decent chance there would soon be a solution. I don't know if that is what he was if paying a ransom was what he was referring to. It's a good question. I think what we should do is, I want to keep the stream going a little longer because I really do. I mean, again, this video came out, it's getting close to 7 hours ago where they said they'd pay. And we haven't heard anything from law enforcement. It just seems like something is up and something is going on behind the scenes. But what is happening? We don't know. So I think something could come out at any time. What I might do is take a little break from the stream and get some food, eat some food, but leave the stream up. Because I think something might happen. I might have a little food here while I leave the stream up. One of our viewers said, Dirt Squirt said, the longer this goes on, the more baffling it is. Rev thinks something is definitely going on. Bunny Girl says, I hope we get answers soon. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is take a short break and leave the stream on. I'm going to get some food. I have some food here in the fridge and eat it. And what I'll do is I'll check updates while I'm eating. And if something big happens, I'll just stop eating and come back on the air. Timberwolf says, I noticed Savannah didn't say anything about Nancy this time and just said this is important to us. Do they know she's not alive? Thanks, Timberwolf. It's not clear. Some of our viewers think she's not alive. Thank you, Emma Jane. I'm sorry, Emma Jane. Unfortunately, the answer is no. Sorry, Emma Jane. Thank you, Deegan Champ. Deegan Champ claims he has an insider source from the Pentagon saying we're building for a strike in the next 48 hours in Iran. That's what Deegan Champ says. All right, so let me just put on the screen here. Steve is taking a short break, back soon. Oopsie. Where did it go? We want this one. So I'm going to leave the stream up, guys. And again, I got to eat something here. I'm going to eat something right now. Shouldn't take that long. And I'm gonna certainly be checking the news while I'm eating because I think something could happen at any time. And I'm just gonna leave the stream up, and you can discuss it in the chat. And give me a few minutes, and I'll come back in a little bit after I eat, and we'll talk about this some more. It just seems like something could happen at any time, but we just don't know. We just don't know. All right, give me a few minutes, and I will. I'll come back in a little bit. Okay, we are back. I told you I would come back, and we are back. Oops. It is 1:32 a.m. Eastern Time. It is 11:32 p.m. Arizona time. And I was checking, and I didn't see any updates about this. And we don't know what's going on. If you missed it about an hour or so ago, police tonight were at Pima County Police spent several hours taking pictures at the house of Annie Guthrie, right here, Annie Guthrie, and her husband. Police went over there and took pictures for hours and maybe do other stuff. I mean, think about that. I was just thinking about that. So Annie Guthrie, her mom is missing, right? How awful. Just unthinkable. And with all this going on, literally police were at her house tonight for multiple hours taking pictures. Now, reportedly, nobody is staying at the house right now. So, I mean, that's a crazy, when you think about that, that's pretty wild. Teresa says, sad they can't find her. You mean their mother? Bunny says, I can't stop wondering what they were taking pictures of. And Augie says, and why was the sheriff there and not the FBI? Thank you, Liz. Liz says, a detective said to get a warrant, a judge requires a high level of evidence. I think it's probable cause that a crime has been committed. But I don't know. I don't know the circumstances under which police were over there tonight. I have no idea. I don't know what they were looking for and all that. Thank you, Liz. Also thanks to Timberwolf, who thinks the lack of humanizing Nancy in their video means they are willing to pay for her remains. There was no talk about getting her safely home. Yeah, so, I mean, they might have had a warrant tonight. I don't know if they did have a warrant. I don't know what the source of the warrant was and what they were saying they think, what they were looking for. So it has now been over 7 hours since the family posted this video. Over 7 hours since they said they would pay. And we've heard basically nothing from law enforcement.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Sorry, I paused it. I don't know if they think she's alive or not. I can't say. I can't even say for sure whether they're gonna. I don't know if they're gonna really pay the ransom. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Ghost thinks the silence from FBI and others is very worrisome. Orb thinks they're asking for her remains. Think Beatles says inside job. Secret Formula thinks the wording she uses can be taken all types of way. JS, thanks JS. JS says, why was Annie not home? So, I don't know. Nobody apparently was staying in Annie's house right now. They were now. Maybe one of our viewers thought maybe they just left because they didn't want to be bothered by people there. So I don't know. But multiple reports say that there was nobody staying right now at Annie's house. But that doesn't mean there's a suspicious reason. There might be a very understandable reason why they're not at their house. I don't know what it is. Thank you, JS. Also, we fly the W. Thank you. I understand what the viewer said did make some sense to me, that if they want to have privacy, they might not stay in that house. I don't know that that's the reason. Hang on one moment. Yeah, I'm not assuming on this. I mean, some people are like, well, we're not going to hear anything until tomorrow. I don't know that that's how this is going. I think you'll hear something when they're ready to say something. But I don't know that they'll wait just for tomorrow just to say it. BSD thinks the ending to the story will be shocking. I mean, if nothing else, we know that their mother has been missing for a week now. Just about a week. The deadline is actually Monday, the second deadline. Yeah, there were 2 deadlines given in the ransom note. Lawn Mower Fan says maybe they had permission to go into Annie's house and they didn't have a warrant. Maybe that's true. I'm not sure. You could be right. It's a good point. No, nothing about a press conference tonight. Literally no public comments. There's been no comment on this from law enforcement. The only thing I've seen in an ABC News article, there was a brief quote by a spokesman for Pima County that said something like, we're aware of it and we're not commenting on it. We're aware of the video, but don't have any additional information to share. So no comment on any of this by law enforcement. That's quite something. Kurt says it could take days to move that kind of money into Bitcoin. Jillian Adams says, I think two siblings and police know that the video was concocted to fool the third sibling into believing that there is an outsider who took Nancy. Yeah, I'm not going to start accusing anybody of murdering anybody at this point. I don't know what happened. I mean, somebody's responsible for the mother not being there, but I just don't know. Songbird says have to wait for arrests. Think Beetle says it's very fishy. I can't even believe it's like happening. It just seems like so, not just disturbing, obviously, but it's just so crazy that this is actually happening. That they're saying they're going to pay a ransom for their missing 84-year-old mother. Lynn Sinclair says, so sad. Doc P says, something's fishy. Yes, she went missing between Saturday night and Sunday morning, just about a week ago. Just around, remember that the... Remember that the doorbell at her place got disconnected roughly around 2 a.m. and there was a camera that detected some movement at her place around 2 a.m. Oh, and also around 2 a.m. is when her pacemaker stopped broadcasting to her devices, like her phone, I believe. So, which would suggest that maybe she was removed from the house around 2 a.m. So that's 2 a.m. local time. But roughly we're talking about a week ago. Pikachu says it's so terrible. ICE Get Out thinks absolutely zero chance the FBI solves this. She was dropped off at the house around, what was it? I forget, was it like 9:45 or so p.m.? You know, here they don't say, you know what they don't say? The first two videos said we need proof of life, right? The first video they three did. We don't know if it's real. We need proof. We need proof. Then Cameron did a video. We need proof. There's none of that in this video. You don't hear them saying in this video, we need proof of life. We need evidence. There's none of that. It's we understand, we're going to pay you. I don't know if they got something more evidence. I have no idea. There was the message from yesterday. Maybe they were responding to the message from yesterday. I don't know. I don't know if they got a new message. Did they pay? We have no idea. Dead Bod Cargo Pants thinks kidnappings for ransom are a thing of the past? I don't know about that. Are you saying in the U.S.? I don't have the records of it. I'd have to look it up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many recent U.S. kidnappings there have been for ransom. I mean, there may be ones you don't really hear about. I don't know. Joss says if they took her and are paid, they should give her back alive. It's not clear that she is still alive. Flora C. Miller says it's rare, but honestly, no one is safe from this type of threat. It can happen to anyone. Soul Start LA says, I agree with that statement. Think of past because it's too easy to catch somebody nowadays. Too much tech. Ventura Highway says, not surprised. Some people think this is an episode of Law and Order and should have been solved in an hour. Dakota thinks from the look of the video, it looks like they are acting. A moment here. Let's see here, Reuters says, we will pay. U.S. TV host Savannah Guthrie says in plea for her mother's return. Oh, you know, there's some photos in this article. Give me a second. Give me 2 seconds here. Let me pull something up for you. Hey, I'm going to pull up a couple photos for you. I want to show you this. These are photos that go with this article. And look, see, this was yesterday, right? I think this is yesterday of the people on the roof. Remember, we were looking at this. I mean, Fox, hold on. This is not displaying the way it needs to be. Remember this? Yesterday, look at the FBI on the roof there at her house. Oops, I'm trying to zoom in a little bit. Look at that. That is, I got to look and see where that is. I'm not even sure. I think that's the front of the house. Go to the other pictures here. Is it this one right down here? Is that it down at the bottom? I can't even tell in this photo. Oh, is this one down here? Hold on, you'll see it in a second. Here's the house too. That's it, right? You'll see it. Oops, sorry, it's too big. Here. What else? Here's another one. So this car was towed yesterday. Hold on, you'll see it. That car in the driveway was towed last night. This one. That was towed last night. And then there you can see FBI on the roof. That was yesterday. Here's more pictures from yesterday. Look at this. So you can see also there's like, I don't know if that's a light or a camera right there. They removed something from that building. I forget where it is, what it was. Harvey Levin said that the ransom note mentioned a destroyed floodlight. It's one of the viewers thinks that's a drain. It looks like that's a wire or something coming out. I don't know. But I believe that the thing they removed was over on this side here. I forget. All right, so just I wanted to show you a couple of those pictures from yesterday. Again, the article says, "We will pay." U.S. TV host Savannah Guthrie says in plea for mother's return. I might have some other pictures here. Let me see. Similar headline over at AP. "We will pay," Savannah Guthrie says in desperate video plea to potential kidnappers of her mother. There's really not much of an update in these articles, though. I really haven't heard anything big and new reported today, really. Soul Star says, I still can't believe someone would do this to an old woman. Absolutely horrific. I don't know what's going to happen here. Jay Kahn says it's crazy too that it isn't even confirmed the ransom notes were sent by a person holding Nancy. I mean, supposedly, again, Harvey Levin said, for example, that the first ransom note said where the Apple Watch, her Apple Watch, was in the house. So it's possible they were able to verify that it was sent by somebody who was there when she was taken, but I don't know. We also don't know if the person who took her or has her is telling the truth about what her condition is or whatever. But I will say again, the first two messages from the family were definitely made a big thing out of saying, we need proof of life. You need to send us proof. And they did not mention that at all today. Second Pancake says, when was the last time we had a public figure have a family member kidnapped? But I mean, if the person writing these notes, like, isn't like a family member and legitimately is somebody who took her, then it really seems like possible that someone literally said, I'm going to kidnap this famous person's mother because she's wealthy and I can get ransom. I mean, not that any kind of kidnapping like this would not be horrific, but that's like just it's just so crazy in addition to being horrific. No, again, people keep asking me about the scanner, and again, I have no reason. No one has said anything's on the scanner. The scanner you put it on, and it tends to be distracting because they're just talking about other things. So if somebody hears something on the scanner, by the way, I don't. There's a Pima County and there's Tucson, but it's not one big scanner. If you hear something, let me know. But I'm not. I've checked, and there's no scanner. Lots of people are listening to, and again, I don't want to put it on and have it be distracting. I mean, you're not going to talk about the search on the scanner, but you could hear something that would come up. But it would have to be like you're hearing it kind of secondhand. So again, I'm happy if somebody hears something. I'm happy to put it on, but the problem with putting it on is it just becomes distracting, and I don't have reason to think right now you're going to hear anything about this. I had a local scanner on last night myself and just heard absolutely nothing about it. So, but again, if somebody hears something and has reason to think that they'll be talking about it, I would certainly put it on the air. I did check earlier to see if there was a local scanner lots of people were listening to, and there was not. Ashley thinks it's basically been taken over by the FBI. No one will hear anything on the scanner about this. I mean, look, if there was some big police operation somewhere, you definitely could hear about it on the scanner. Brian mentioned Tucson Police Dispatch. I think people have been listening to that before. But again, Tim Legowski thinks it's odd for that an actual kidnapper would send a note to news agency. By the way, again, Nancy's house is not in Tucson. Nancy's house is in Catalina Foothills, which is Pima County. Also, Annie's house is not in Tucson, I believe, because Annie's house had the Pima County Sheriff's deputies there tonight, not Tucson police. Best Buy never says we don't know all the facts. It is almost 8 hours since the family posted this video. Almost 8 hours. Yes, as our viewer mentioned, the S-Mojo, it's 12:08 a.m. It is now Sunday morning in Arizona. I don't know what Annie's address is. I don't know exactly where she is in comparison. Some of you probably know this. I don't know where she is in comparison to Nancy's house. No, there has not been any confirmation that a ransom has been paid. "4 miles," Diane says. Breezy Girl says 10 minutes away, the two houses. I'm just looking at a local outlet report on this, but I'm not seeing much there. I don't know who was with them the night she went missing. So KOLD says Nancy Guthrie had dinner with her daughter Annie and son-in-law Tommaso Cioni the night she went missing. Was there? I thought they were playing games or something too. Was there anybody else with them that night? I don't know. No, the police are no longer in Annie's house. Soulstar says unlikely the brother-in-law is involved. It would be too obvious. I mean, also he's married to her, so I don't know. Again, I don't know who did this, but I mean, if you're going to say it was the brother-in-law, then either you have to say that his wife was involved too, or that he kept her from knowing about it. Look, I don't know. I have no idea who did this. Deadly guest thinks it's somebody who works for them, like a handyman or a housekeeper. Darth Pronator says they have to release her somewhere that there's no cameras going in and coming out because they'll check them all when they find her. I certainly understand that. I mean, look, some of you have said this. There's no guarantee. I would think there's, if they do indeed pay this ransom, which they said they're going to pay, can they guarantee they'll get her back anyway? I mean, certainly would seem like the captor or captors is putting themselves at risk by returning her. Is there any chance they would pay the ransom and she just never would be returned? Nereus thinks it's a Mexican drug cartel. Yeah, Moose says, a couple of our viewers had said, well, if she's alive, she might be able to identify her captors. Marla says there's a lot going on behind closed doors which we may never be told. The Sooner in Iowa thinks she will be returned tomorrow at or near the Super Bowl. Just because people are wondering, I'll let you hear for a second what it sounds like on the Tucson Police Dispatch scanner. I'll put it on for a second. Again, I have no reason to think that they're talking about this on the Tucson Police Dispatch scanner. It's possible that if you sat all night, you might hear something about it. You know?
Tom Ocean Adam, 6 Charles George. Final stop is 6775 East Golf Links.
0017.
While we're playing, I want to just put that up on the screen. Yeah, it would have to be a thing where there's hey, a huge amount of police are gathering at some area, There'd have to be a reason that they talk about it. They're not going to like discuss what the FBI is doing. So I'm not saying you couldn't hear anything. I just don't have a reason to think you're going to hear anything anytime soon. You know, if law enforcement was doing some chase with a suspect, I mean, they'd probably talk about that on the scanner, even though you might not know what it's about, and they might mention something about it, but, you know. Anyways, you can hear the Tucson police scanner is pretty quiet at the moment. Daisy says the sheriff and police department are probably in different channels. I don't even think there's one Pima sheriff department. Again, I was listening to a Pima County scanner last night, and I really didn't hear anything about it. We don't know how much the ransom was. TMZ said it was multiple millions of dollars in Bitcoin. Oops, hold on a second here. Mojo says Pima has a channel for Oro Valley Pima Sheriff. I don't even think the Pima one is for the whole county, though. I'm not sure, though. There's 33 people listening to that scanner. Yeah, I would assume at this point for this, things are on private. Sally Mae says, I think it's family. Look, you know, whoever did this knew something about the property. Somebody in our chat said, why aren't we seeing Annie's husband on the video? And then somebody else in the chat said, why aren't we seeing Savannah's husband in the videos? Maybe they just agreed to have the kids do it. How long are the kidnappers going to hold on to a deceased person, says Definite Doll. I don't know if they are, if she is deceased. I hope she's not. And who has ever paid ransom for a deceased person? Doesn't make sense. Well, a number of our viewers thought that they'd be willing to pay. Tim Legowski says, I think it would be weirder if the son was in the video. Thank you, Fit Girl, who says, I think the email from the TV station said she has passed, but they are requesting money for... So, Fit Girl thinks that the second message yesterday that was reported, the one from Friday, some of you think that message said that message said that the mother was dead. But I will say this, I mean, there were people Mary Coleman from KOLD was interviewed yesterday about that second letter, which she had seen. She certainly didn't seem to suggest that it was anything in there about the mother being dead. Now you might say, well, she just wouldn't talk about it. But I don't know. I did not get that vibe from the interview with her. Yeah, just to show you the difference in these videos, I don't think it's the worst idea. Oh. What's this? So, did Savannah Guthrie have a pinned post this whole time? I don't remember this being pinned. So on Savannah Guthrie's account, there's a pinned post from like 2 years ago. I didn't know that that was pinned before, but maybe it was. It's not new. Anyways, here's the first video. Just to go over this, hold on. This is video number 1. One of the viewers said, can we see the previous ones? But I think it's interesting seeing the contrast between them. So here's the first video coming up.
Faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light.
This is the first video. Oh, hold on, I got to rewind again and then turn the volume on.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She is funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day, despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief. We are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love you.
So that was the first message. And then the second and third messages were shorter than that. And so I'm going to show you the second one right now. The second one is from, is it Cameron? Sorry. My brain isn't working. From the son, from Savannah's brother. Let me pull that up here. Cameron. Here is the video from Cameron. This one's much shorter than that. See? Hold on, let me just do this one more time.
Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you.
It'll play again. Hang on.
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact. This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding...
Apparently, they never got a way to contact the person. That video was from Thursday, right? Thursday. No, Friday. Because today was Saturday. That video was from Friday, I believe. Or no, what? I can't remember. Thursday, Friday, I have to look it up. I'm getting confused with the days. The video with Cameron was posted, it says 2 days ago. Was it one of the days? I can't remember. Sorry, it's late. Anyways, but in both of those videos, they ask for, proof. Right? Isn't that what he said? Hold on. Hold on, right here.
Speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact. This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family.
In both those videos, they say, we need to know you have her. And there's none of that in the third video.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. We received your message.
So,
and
you know, there's none of the we need a way to communicate with you. There's none of the we need proof. It's like that's all gone. That none of that's happening in the third video. And Glocky says they say we understand. That's crazy. I4M says smells funny to me. Sam Kinks thinks none of this makes sense. Danette says it's all truly bizarre. Eddie C. thinks they seem stiff because it's a script from law enforcement. I think they purposely designed the video to remain ambiguous to the captors. Secret Formula thinks the tone of this one is acceptance and defeat, and they know she has passed. Bunny says, such a different vibe in the third video. Why such a change? Hang on, let me check something out here. Hold on one moment. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment here. Someone sent me something and I want to check it out. Hang on.
This comes and they're ready.
Give me one moment here. I'm just checking something. Checking a local report. Sorry, hang on. I'm just watching this report. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
The most recent one being sent to another station.
No joke, KGUN is reporting. KGUN is in Arizona. John Miller sent this to me.
The potential kidnappers.
KGUN reports that the ransom note demands that the Guthries pay $6 million, and said the deadline was Monday at 5 p.m. and that it threatened her life if they missed the deadline. Yes. That's what they said. I'm looking at it right now. I'll post the link to it. Hang on. Give me a moment here. Let me just get the time code correct. They got the ransom note. 44 seconds in. At 0:44 of this video, is K-Gun 9 in Tucson? Wow. Yes. Reports that the Nancy Guthrie ransom letter demands $6 million be paid by 5 p.m. Monday, and threatens Nancy's life if it is not paid, if the deadline is missed. K-Gun 9 was one of the outlets that received the ransom note. Okay, so wow. So again, thanks to John Miller who mentioned this to me. This was a post about an hour ago from K-Gun 9 in Tucson. In their report tonight, and I have posted it on my X account. I'll post a link to it right here. But if you go to 44 seconds in, they literally say that they're one of the outlets that got the ransom letter. And the ransom note, it asks for $6 million by 5 p.m. on Monday and threatens Nancy's life. I believe it's in Bitcoin. They didn't mention it there. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but they're just talking about the amount. I mean, TMZ got the letter too and said it was in Bitcoin. So my guess is that the letter said Bitcoin. I'm just talking about the amount. But $6 million, according to K-Gun, which got a copy of the letter, which was one of the outlets that was sent the note. And they said by 5 p.m. and her life was threatened if they didn't pay. So again, I just posted that. Wow. That's the first time I've seen the amount. Hang on one moment. They said they got a ransom note. They're one of the outlets that got it. It said $6 million has to be paid by 5 p.m. Monday, threatening Nancy's life if the deadline is missed. $6 million. It's scary to actually hear like an actual number. I mean, I knew it was reported to be multi-millions. It's just when you actually hear an actual number, it's even like scarier. It's interesting that they reported that because I haven't seen it reported anywhere, but I mean, it's in their video. Wow. Well, I haven't heard 12 million. But this is literally coming from the news station that received the ransom letter. They got the ransom letter. It was sent to them. So this is not somebody saying a source says. This is literally KGUN9 saying, we got sent the ransom letter. It says $6 million. The deadline's 5 p.m. Monday, and it threatens Nancy's life if it's not paid by the deadline. Yes, TMZ got a letter, but they only said multi-million. They did not say how many. No, I believe the FBI said that the ransom letter that was sent to various media outlets was the same letter. LM sent me the same thing right before I mentioned it. Thanks, LM. Well, that's really scary. I put note, I believe it was an email, whatever it was, I'm just, I believe it was sent by email. I wrote it saying ransom note, but I'm saying letter, but it can, people use the word letter. It doesn't have to mean a piece of paper. Again, KGUN Tucson says they got the ransom letter and it demanded $6 million by Monday at 5 p.m. and threatened Nancy's life if they didn't get it. So look, it's where I am right now. It's 4:50 a.m. It's right now. It's also 12:50 a.m. local time. I have no idea when we're going to get an update on this. We could get an update in 5 minutes. We could get an update in 12 hours. I just don't know. Again, local time in Arizona is 12:50 a.m. So I think maybe I should try to get a little rest with the knowledge that I may have to come right back on the air. I've been staying on thinking that we'll have an update, but it's getting late here and I don't know when an update will be. So yeah, I'm still visiting Buenos Aires, Argentina. 2-hour difference between Eastern time. So, yeah, I can, if I'm off the air and something happens, I can just come back on the air. I came back on the air tonight when this happened, this note happened, when this video happened. So I can just do that. Again, it's just, I'm getting a little tired, and so I just think, I can't say. Again, something could happen in 5 minutes. If it happens in 5 minutes, I'll come back on the air, okay? That's the best I can say. But it seems possible that law enforcement might wait to say anything until the morning. I don't know. So I'll certainly keep an eye on it, and if there's big news, I actually am. I'm glad we were able to get that report about thanks to our viewers who mentioned it, we were able to get that report from KGUN about the amount of ransom being asked for. So, again, I will keep an eye on this. If there's something that happens in the coming hours, I will come back on the air. All right. There's going to be something at some point. So we're going to hear something and update at some point. So let's hope. Certainly this video from today is incredibly concerning. Well, I guess it's yesterday now. But let's hope that somehow she can be back okay. Nancy Guthrie. And thoughts with her family. It's terrible. So, if you want, subscribe and follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Also, turn on the notifications. Say, I can't tell you when we could come on in an hour. I don't know. But turn on the notifications so you know when we're going live. You get a message sent to you whenever we go live. We have our free notifications, and they're really reliable. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat. In the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook, you can find the link to the notifications there. So, just a really distressing and also crazy situation, this whole thing. And I will post updates on my X account when I'm not on the air. You know, if it's big enough, we'll come back on the air. But otherwise, I'll post it on my X account. My X account is @Lookner on X. You can follow me over there. Hold on. What is happening here? Oops, that's not it. @Lookner on X. I will post there when I see updates. And I really appreciate people have been sending me updates tonight. Again, I found out about that $6 million story from viewers who wrote it to me, so thank you. I really appreciate people sending updates in, and also a lot of interesting comments and questions from you guys tonight, so thank you. A huge thanks to our moderators over there in the chat. We could not have our chat rooms without our moderators. They make it possible. So super thanks to the moderators. Ruth is there right now. Thank you, Ruth, over there on YouTube, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Havasumam is there. Hello, Havasumam. Thank you for being there as well. And on Facebook, Charlotte Webb, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley have all been over there. Very much appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And on Twitch, Idaho Star and Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah and all of our other Twitch moderators. Speaking of Twitch, I owe thanks to Shave Ezra and Hair Sharfy. Thank you. Thanks also to everybody who supported the channel. That's really nice of you, and that's what allows the channel to exist. So thank you very much for your support of the channel. I think I thanked everybody. But again, a lot of interesting comments from you guys. So we'll do more coverage when we get an update. Again, if something happens, if in 10 minutes they say we're doing a press conference, I'll come back on the air and we'll cover it. If you're on X, I would suggest following us on X @Agenda Free TV, because I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel over there. I'll give you a heads up when we're going live @Agenda Free TV. Also, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Discord chat, it's free. Check out our free Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And big thanks to our Discord moderators for all your help on Discord. And for those of you on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications so you hear when we're live over there. That can help you find out when we're live over there. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, you got to subscribe to the channel and click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you've clicked the bell and chosen all notifications. I do want to thank, and sorry I didn't get to this earlier. I apologize. Our Facebook subscribers who support by subscribing over there. Martha Crawford, thanked some of them earlier. Barry Eisler, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Christy Claft, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, and all of our other Facebook subscribers, Michael Clayton and others. And all of our Twitch subscribers. Like Wall Street and Shaggy, Sentient Cannabis, Dog Bees, Winnie Mochi, Gina Pina, Refer AU. I do want to mention one other thing, and all of our other Twitch subscribers, thank you. I do want to mention one thing. The ransom note reportedly said Monday at 5 p.m. is the deadline. Now, yes, the family did say today we're going to pay, but have they paid? Could we hear tomorrow? I don't know what we're going to hear tomorrow. We're going to hear anything today, later today? But could there be a situation where the family says, well, we're going to pay by the deadline, and we're sitting here on Monday and we still haven't heard an update? I don't know. I don't know. Also, thanks to our YouTube members. Nee thinks it's already paid. Look, it's possible that they paid already, and then, Harvey Levin of TMZ talked about like around a 12-hour, that the ransom note said roughly that she'd be brought back in like 12 hours. So maybe they paid it 8 hours ago, and they're waiting for the 12 hours to get her back or something, or I don't know. Maybe they've already, or in a few hours, they'll be told where she is. Who knows? So crazy. Terrible. Thank you. By the way, thanks to Charm Accents for moderating too. Thanks Carolyn McCauley, our member, Yellow Summer, Songbird the First, CAC813, Paula Faust, UV Lightning, Bunny Girl, Alabama fan Michael Avery, Marcus Plain Spotting Germany, LB, Chris N. Hold on. Left Shoe says, we all just want her to be safe. Robert Walker, thank you for watching from Australia. Eddie Smith, good to see you, Eddie Smith. Thanks for writing in, Eddie. Yeah, so again, I'll be keeping an eye on things, and when there's a big update, I will do my best to get on as soon as I can. Thank you, Brian Shine, for watching. Anne Marie, Gaynor, Michelle Betts, April Martin, and all of our other viewers. Sent Nickel thinks that TMZ or someone else will release even more information since the floodgates have been opened. Yeah, it's very interesting that K-Gun tonight released what they said was the ransom amount and the deadline, and what the deadline is for. Pezzy says they pay the ransom, then the kidnappers will ask for more. All right, guys, we'll have to. I will have to see what happens. All right. Well, I will keep an eye on this again, and let's hope that. Certainly, things are very concerning right now. Let's hope that somehow that she's alive and can be returned home. All right, so I'm wrapping this up right now. Again, I very much appreciate people being here, and for all of everybody who's been posting chat messages and sending me updates. And we will be doing more coverage and thoughts with her, Nancy Guthrie's family, and let's just hope that somehow she can end up alive and safe and back home. That is it for now. Thank you for watching. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.